Yeah, yeah. I sent that and
Yeah, it's on the desktop right here.
yeah, but I made a few changes. I
All right.
got it on a.
Pen drive.
Uh,
Okay. We are live. We are streaming live.
Streaming live across the globe.
Hell yeah. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, why not, eh? Do you get many people viewing it?
Yeah, we expect for us when we did this for the first time, 50 people viewed it.
Okay,
So that's pretty
it's
good.
worthwhile, yeah.
the PDF, then I realized you can't
Right.
Hi. John, I'm not pleased to meet you.
It's on the protocols from Bangalore. You would like to check it out? Please go ahead.
John, you haven't. This is what I'm presenting.
Yeah. No, you got it, yeah.
History of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
days of workshop. This.
That's fine.
So when I talk about the coverage of distributed teams, almost about 76% has
Yeah.
the survey, and then
Yeah, yeah. I love that, yeah.
Morning, Suresh.
Yeah, there are a few changes, so I was just running it through with how that.
Yeah, I love
So
that.
when you see that by in a distributed team, right, when people feel the different parts of the different,
Yeah.
it's explaining the story, how to form an integrated
Yeah.
Scrum team. So I'm so from all
It's
of
very
it,
hard to achieve. Yeah.
so more in line with your company culture and all that.
Yeah.
So I'm taking the four aspects.
Yeah, yeah,
The DevOps team, culture,
yeah.
automation, measurement sharing. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, yeah. Covered quite heavily, so
So I'll just
focus
take
on that.
then about penguin culture, measurement culture.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the automation stuff is good.
Sometimes
copies here,
Right.
machine, and so
yeah, sure. And this is an example of how automation helps. Then I talk about business storage.
Yeah, yeah. It's. I think I don't know if you cover it in the talk, but about the different levels of automation. So you've got like your unit tests that run all the time, and then
and smoke tests, food tests,
and the UI tests,
UI tests,
and
the UAT.
in the right. You'd have different build servers.
Yes.
If you were to
If you have
expand that out, you would have your team unit tests, and you'd put a CI server there, and then that would build into kind of an integration build server and then system. Yeah, I was just making
You
sure.
could pitch in some things about measurements, taking the symbols.
Yeah, yeah. I've done a great talk. You like the basketball?
Mm.
You know the famous Chicago Bulls team with Michael Jordan. You can do a great analogy based on that, saying that Michael Jordan's a great player. Actually, the reason that team was so good is because they were so diverse. They all played their part in that team. They were all skilled in certain areas and had other secondary areas. I've done a talk on like T-shaped people and how to get a real high team from a skills perspective. It's quite a good one.
I'm taking this,
Yeah, the Usain Bolt, yeah.
and then measurement. No, you were mentioning asynchronous
Yeah, the email and the wikis.
and future communication face to. I mean, the best is face to face.
Yeah.
Just taking.
Yeah.
Even some example of how intra-team. We have some teams.
Yeah.
Talking about that.
But the interesting link there that we're struggling with at the minute is this link, isn't it? India to Pearl.
So,
You know.
I'll explain
Yeah.
some of the challenges we face.
Because you almost need a line, don't you? Because it goes back to that first diagram, where you're saying truly, integrated teams.
Yeah, probably right. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a journey though, right? It's just interesting in this diagram. You haven't got one. I'd want to see a line between, a dual line between the two.
I know, I'll also explain why you're facing some issues there.
Yeah.
And how they're trying to reach that.
Yeah.
Then, of course, we will contact
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, great.
thanks, sir. Hi, Jubi, sir. So we had a fun night.
I've shown the pictures to Trish.
I haven't got pictures.
I've got I can show you on the. I've got Ragu's pictures.
Not on the screen.
No, on the little screen.
Okay.
I've already added some into the presentation. Yeah, I've got them on the little screen. It's a great one. I mean, That's a big guy. Look at that. Now that's a party picture. I love that picture. It's so great. I went to Ruggy's flat.
Oh, okay.
That one's off. That one I've put in the slides.
Okay.
Okay. You've got the Indian colours there, really.
Yes, I should take a look at it.
Yeah. I can just forward you the email. Yeah. It's good fun.
So what did you do afterwards? You went to
Went to Ruggy's and showed me around. And went to a bar. I did try the Uber, but I just got the hotel to arrange the transport area this morning. Yeah. True. But I was lazy. So we're going to go for so I paid for the hotel through the transport, but it's still didn't know where he was going, so I might as well have not bothered. I had to, but got a chance to can sit in between me and the trash. You can be the rose between the thorns. I like the t-shirts. They're quite smart.
It's good.
I was expecting green, lime green.
Oh,
You get up to much last night?
I went to another pub.
How did
I had some more party.
I think.
I had another holy party in between. There I went for another holy party,
Wow.
played that, then went home in the night, and then it.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have partied more, but I think Ragu, because he's away all weekend, wanted to spend some time with, and I can spend some time with you today. So it's not so bad.
So you didn't find it difficult to come out here from your apartments?
No,
Come across.
I took the lazy option. Normally, I would get the. I spent a lot of time in Hyderabad, so I would just get the autos.
Okay.
But yeah, I was a bit lazy this morning. Still a bit jet lagged, I think.
Yeah. Usually,
You know,
Bangalore traffic was okay today.
it was very light, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, less than 30 minutes. You can't get anywhere normally in less than 30 minutes. Yeah, it's very light today. The
How
traffic.
much did they have to charge you for the
I don't
transit?
know.
They charge you like 2K, right? It would have been 200.
Yeah, no problem.
But you would have arranged for a taxi from the hotel, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They'll charge a lot.
Yes.
Mostly, yeah.
I'm sorry about the late. Yesterday night we had a holy party and I think some guys had too much fun. So, but they were supposed to fix it this morning, but the guys running late. So it's too quiet here. Let's play some music. You guys mind? All right. And everyone got coffee and everything. Okay. Those who drank coffee also get water because the two sessions are back to back. So, Amaran is just making some last minute arrangements there, and then we will start.
You may get the vibe, so open up your eyes.
You chose the wrong time to meet.
You mean it's too
Next
early?
day to, next day to Holi.
Ah, yeah.
Previous day to
Actually,
Women's
the
Day.
holy thing was a bit impromptu. We didn't plan it, but it just got out of hand.
You may get the vibe, so open up your eyes. Time is running out, so find a way away. Time is running out, so open up your eyes.
Hey, morning, everybody.
Morning.
Time to start. Actually, a bit late to start by 5 minutes or 6 minutes. I was expecting one special member of our community, and he's here already. So that's our cue to start. My name is Marin, and when I said this to someone this morning, someone said it's pretty long. And I told her my complete name is Madhu Marin Gunashekar. Okay, I'm going to be your host today. This is our 12th community meetup. We do Scrum Bangalore once in a quarter. So for the first time in 2015, this is our meetup for Q1, right? How many of us are new here? I see a lot of familiar faces. I say the same sentence every time, but newcomers, could you please, just to get an idea? All right. How many of them are from the same company, same team? All right, okay. Just to give you guys a journey of how we started, from awareness, we started in 2009, offshoring business, right? And we worked very closely with the co-founders of Scrum. That includes Jeff Sutherland and then Ken Schreber. Our managing director's name is Rahul Saw. We get together and meet them once in a while, once in a couple of months. Once in 2010, in a meeting, they were talking about Scrum, and then all of a sudden it was like, I hear a lot of stuff's going in India, but there's nobody talking about it. It's just that you're saying that you're doing Scrum, but I don't know anything, if there is Scrum at all implemented or any Agile methodologies in India. At the same time, when we looked at Google Analytics, the search terms for the word Scrum, it looked like it came from Bangalore. Right, so we thought, okay, this was a nice name to keep, so we said, okay, we're going to start a community called Scrum Bangalore to help people that are new to Scrum, because I think Scrum was new back then. I think it is still new, relatively, if you look at some of your colleagues. So we started Scrum Bangalore. Then we started it in 30 May 2010 with, I think, 30 people, but now it's 1,600 Agilists. Anybody that joins our Scrum Bangalore meetup group, we give them a tag called Agilist. So that's your label from now on. Since you're a community member, you've become an Agilist already, right? And you keep attending our meetups, and then we'll see how we can get there to higher levels. We manage our, those are some pictures. And do you know who this is? Can you identify this person here? Okay. With the same t-shirt, I think.
No, this is different. That's a different one. Color is same.
A bit different.
Yeah.
Okay, so every time I edit the slide, I thought, okay, I can put the pictures of the recent meetup that happened, which is the 11th meetup, but still, it's good to look at old pictures always, right?
This is around 6th or 7th.
Right. No, Albert, this is the second one, I think.
Mine is 7th. Yeah, the others are this.
Okay.
It's a mix-up.
Right, and we track our registrants in meetup.com/Scrum Bangalore. And we say we're 1,200 more in the largest Agile community in Bangalore. It's not a hoax, it is true because the numbers are right there. And we do it right here from awareness. Previously, we used to host it at Hotel Ramada and then Aloft and other hotels, but then we got a new place right now. And we're moving to a new office right now, so it's going to be a larger space to accommodate more people. So that's our Twitter. It's at Scrum_Bangalore, and we're going to run a contest right now, a Twitter contest. If it looks familiar, then I will still have to explain some rules. And you can also hash the hashtag. Okay, you can also tweet with that hashtag, right? With Facebook, we don't have an account yet, so you can start liking our awareness page if you'd like to. And the presentations that the speakers are going to do will be shared at our SlideShare account. And the videos are recorded right now, so that will also be shared in a couple of weeks from now. So that's your Twitter tag, and you have to tweet, okay? If you have a smartphone and you feel the need to tweet, like something's amazing going on here, then you say #Scrum_BLR, right? And in order to do that, we have you on a Wi-Fi connection. So the name of the Wi-Fi is #Scrum_BLR. So what's the password? Okay, #Scrum_BLR, right? This is a Twitter contest, okay? So people who have the best tweet or who have the most number of tweets, we're going to pick 2 people at the end of the day. I don't want to say who the judge is because he prefers to remain discreet, okay? Well, by this time you might have known who that is.
No, I am the one who is winner, always.
Right, so the first two times when we ran this contest was always Albert grabbing some prizes. Then we thought, okay, you're gonna be the judge this time. Okay, and we also have live streaming setup. We started doing it from since the past couple of meetups. So you can find the live stream link in our YouTube channel, but our Twitter account would also say the exact link for the live stream videos, right? So please share it with your friends who are not able to make it here today. And yes, keep the noise down. That door, unfortunately, makes a cracking noise. So if you want to step out, there's a door on your left. All right, and restrooms are on your left, coffee machines, cookies. We also have some beers in the refrigerator. If you want to start it early, then why not? Right, keep phones inside of the mode. Right, and we retrospect every time we do the meetup. One of the retrospective points, every time it keeps coming up, is time management, right? Some topic is interesting, audience are really engaged, and I'm the bad guy. Speakers are like, no, he's showing me 5 minutes poster from the background, from the behind. So here's the general time. 45 minutes, some talks, 30 minutes, some talk, and that includes 5 minutes question and answers, right? And if you still have some questions unanswered, write them in the sticky notes and then paste them here, because we have an open house in the afternoon, and we're going to talk all of them out, okay? And that's pretty much it. We have our first speaker, that is Avinash.
I need to add one.
Sure.
We have some
Hey, excuse me, guys. Sorry, Albert. Albert is our Scrum Bangalore community ambassador. We have only one right now, and that is Albert. His name is Albert Arul Prakash. He would be posting a lot of comments in our meetup group, tweeting more about it. He has done a considerable amount of work for us, actually commendable amount of work for us. That is adding ourselves to the Scrum Alliance, so everybody that attends here gets something. And what is it?
Yeah, you will be getting 8 SU points. If you are going for CSP, that's useful. For if you are already a CSP, if you want to renew it, it will be helpful. So to avail that, make sure you are registering in the counter. Any email address that is there in that Excel sheet will be eligible for that 8 story points, not otherwise. Okay. And this is only for the existing members of Scrum Alliance, not the ones who are going to do CSM or not having an active account. Okay.
You can use the points. You don't have to be a CSM now to get the points.
Yes, you can.
You can register them after.
But as per Scrum Alliance, your membership account will be activated after today.
Yeah, but you still get the units.
You might not. You might not.
No, you do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's news. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, before we proceed, I will introduce a couple of volunteers that we have here. Anand, can you stand up? He's Anand. He also organizes another meetup called .NET Bangalore and Software Architects Bangalore. That is Anand. He will be here. If you guys want anything, ask Anand. And Akhilesh is our IT guy here. If Wi-Fi doesn't work or if the projector goes down, if I am not around, his name is Akhilesh, okay? And Jacob is taking care of the live streaming. If some of your friends say, okay, the link is down, then it's Jacob. All right, so let's get started, can we? We have Avinash. He is Avinash Rao. He works at Cognizant as a big shot. He will introduce himself in his intro slide. He's going to talk about accelerating scaled Agile using Scrum Bangalore. He is still one of our members. He presented about, what was the last time?
2 iterations ago.
Okay. And it was called Slippery Slope from Agile to Scrum Qual, and that recording is in our YouTube channel if you want to check it out. Let me help you with the presentation. Here's the clip. Okay, round of applause, please.
Avinash Rao. Thanks for the very complimentary introduction. The minute I walked in, I had the same exact thought that I had last time. The minute I saw Maran, I came in and Maran was then said, "Hey, Avinash," and the first thing that went through my mind was, "Why am I such a boring guy?" Right? It's Saturday morning, and I'm here with my black leather shoes, and Maran's wearing, whatever he's wearing, and I've got this schoolboy haircut, and he's got his, you know what I mean. And hopefully the talk won't be as boring. We're going to talk about accelerating scaling agile using Scrum Bar, and the way I've structured it is. Can you put this down? So we're going to talk about the joys of Agile offshore, the problem statement that I'm going to talk about specifically in this session, defining the way that we've used Scrum and Scrumban, outcomes from both streams, and the work profile of the teams that actually did the work. And then there's a postscript where we accidentally did some pair programming. So I'll share the results of that as well. But before I get in, I really wanted to talk about one other person who's not very boring at all, and that was my Taekwondo sparring partner. So I was in London the last 3 years, and I was learning Taekwondo. So the first day I walk into the class, and there's just 2 older people. The rest are all teenagers or school kids, right? And there's 2 older people, and so the Taekwondo instructor says, so both of you will be sparring partners. And this gentleman was a motorcycle mechanic. He's 40 years old. He's about a foot taller than I am. He's got dirty blonde hair in a ponytail, bulging biceps with tattoos. And the instructor says, now throw this guy on the floor. Throw this guy on the floor. You've got 15 minutes. So I spent the next 15 minutes trying to release myself from he was supposed to grab my neck, and I was supposed to extricate myself and throw him down on the floor. And I spent the next 15 minutes struggling, and he could throw me down in a second actually. But it wasn't the best 15 minutes of my life. And 15 minutes later, the instructor comes and says, you know what? People don't have muscles here under the arms. So he grabs you like this, then you pinch him under that, move him, trip him, and he goes down. And 30 minutes later, I'm doing exactly that. Right? And the point I'm making is, this wasn't a hard work problem. I couldn't have worked harder and thrown him down on the floor. It was a technique problem, right? And a lot of things that I do in my work as an Agile coach everywhere and currently at Cognizant is to look at techniques, how we can improve things using techniques. Because too often, I think, especially offshore, using Agile, we've fallen into this mentality that it's a hard work problem. There are Agile teams which are working extraordinary amounts of work, extraordinary number of hours, and they have sleepless nights, and it doesn't feel very different from a typical waterfall project where project managers sat up all nights with their teams. How is Agile making it better, right? We need to move away from a hard work approach to a technique approach. And so, full disclosure, I have very strong opinions about how we structure Agile teams offshore. Too many times, I think, what we've done, especially in services companies, for those of you who are from services companies, is that there's too much mini waterfalling. So inside an Agile, you take an Agile iteration and you mini waterfall inside that. And too many iterations are filled with big rocks, right? There's one big story and that's it, and we call it Agile. I also have a background in Lean, and I look for data everywhere. So if my wife says you're not spending enough time with me, the first thing I do is Google it, right? So I'm that kind of a guy. So just to give you a full disclosure, right? That's the frame I come from. That's my frame of reference. Now, that's something. Okay, so too many offshore Scrum teams have this effort profile under pressure. What happens is we start off a sprint and we do the analysis. In many cases, we do some of the design, the low-level design at the beginning of the iteration. And then people start thinking, we need to stop at the end, right? So why start now? I was on one team where people literally took their families out for dinners, they watched movies, day 4, day 5, because they knew that by day 7, things would get really heavy. and people didn't go home from day 8 to day 10. So at that point, they're all pulling all-nighters to deliver the committed scope. Throw in this thing that we call the pyramid offshore, where there's a constant pressure to bring in freshers, induct them into services agile teams, and then it makes a bit of a mockery of this whole agile concept of the team being flat, right? Because we kind of replicate the pyramid, we make mini pyramids inside our and there's also this thing about constant improvement productivity targets. So those who heard my talk last time will remember that this is one of my favorite topics. You get me started on this and I'll go the next 30 minutes on that, which is that the way we sell offshore services in particular continues to be, we'll give you 10% every year in cost reduction. And how does that translate? How do we translate that into our development teams? We say getting more freshers, pyramid adjustments, things like that. Many of which are working against succeeding using Agile. Okay, so my problem statement, what I want to do is to be effective in an imperfect world where clients are demanding effectiveness, which is why we're doing Agile, right? But what they want to do is they want to pay for efficiency. Here's your rate card, can we get a 10% discount every year, etc. And at the same time, what we want to do is increase throughput while preserving the team's long-term effectiveness. We don't want teams to burn out. I was on one particular program where we were doing great Agile, then we moved to Scrum Fall, where people were so burnt out after 18 months that they just didn't care. I mean, the client can, and the management can say what they want, but they were just too tired, and we don't want that. Okay, so one of the joys really after having worked on site is that you come offshore and you say, you know what, this is what I want to do. And you tell the team 1, you're going to do Scrum, team 2, you're going to do Scrum Bar. And they say yes. And they say, okay, right, you can actually do that because you're sitting on site and you tell the teams to do something and they say, it's not quite as easy. Anyway, so the way we set up our Scrum team was fairly traditional. We have a sized backlog. We have 2-week iterations with LLD development, integration, UD readiness. We moved from a previous release where we were doing waterfall, and we loaded the team with as much scope as a waterfall team would have taken in 2 weeks, right? But the waterfall team would not have made the code production ready. But here, the ask from the team was to take as much scope as they would in waterfall, but with testing and readiness included. It came to about 29 function points for 2 weeks, which is 16 hours per function point. Now, one of the questions I get asked a lot is, why do you measure everything in function points, right? And like I said in the disclosure right in the beginning, I have a need to measure everything. You'll see in one of the latest slides that was the team happy with the work that they did. So I try to put a measurement against that and say, what do we measure if the team is happy? So they picked up scope, which was 29 function points. And for the Scrum Barn team, what we did was we set up a backlog. We used e-post-it tool, which helped us do that. And each person picks up a task, completes it, and moves on to the next item. We set an initial scope of 25 function points, which was one person taking on one item, completing it, but we didn't really say that we will complete the scope to be delivered a priori. We didn't say that this is exactly what we will deliver at the end of 2 weeks. Many of our planning stand-ups, other ceremonies remain the same. We also had additional updates. We updated the Scrum Barn board twice a day, once at 11, once at 4, to make sure that we know what's happening. Okay, we used in terms of tooling, we used a e-post-it tool. For Scrum, the posts had a due date because we said it will take us about 2 days to do the LLD, 3 days in order to do the development, etc. Then the Scrum Barn checks mode actual, and when complete, developer picks up the next step. Okay. Okay. So the results. here's what we saw from our Scrum team, right? And I want to spend a little bit of time on this slide. This is the output from the tool that we used, but rather than going to all the details, what I want to focus on is this line right here, this blue line. So this really says these are the items in our iteration that move to complete. So when did these items complete in the life cycle of the iteration? So if you really see what happened, people started working before the set of tasks. Then right at the end, once you finished testing everything moved to complete towards the end of the iteration, almost on the last day or the second last day. Make sense? Now let's take a look at what happened in our Scrum Bangalore. So this is a very different profile where people started completing tasks right through. And in a later slide, I'll show you what they did once they finished the task, right? So in here, you finish a task, move it to complete, pick up the next task, move it through. And this gives us a very different output profile as to when things complete in the life cycle of an integration. Now, in terms of comparing the outputs, the Scrum team completed 25 function points in 7 days versus 29 function points for 10 days for the Scrum team. So lower is better here. So the output productivity is 13.4 hours per function point versus 16 hours per function point. The Scrum team then picked up an additional 10 function points worth of work, which they completed in 2 weeks. There were other items that were partially done, which we got credit for in the next iteration. Okay, so this I think gave us a way out from this big rock problem where we had the Scrum team taking large pieces which they finished, moved to complete, and then basically didn't have the structure to pick up something else to do. Because if you look at this is our analysis of how much time people spend on core, incidental, and non-value add activities. This is from Lean, which basically says that anything you work on that is directly adding value to the customer, that is core. And what you'll see that people spend a lot of time on the core items at the beginning, and towards the end it drops down. Which kind of makes sense. This is incidentals and this is non-value add items. But if you look at what happens to the effort profile of the teams that are doing Scrum Bar, it has a rather different effort profile. This one's an aberration because we had a network outage. That's why you see the VA going high on that day. But here, when people complete their task, their core task, their time spent on the core doesn't go down because they pick up an additional task which can then be delivered to the customer. Right? So, effect of structure on team dynamics. One of the questions that always comes up is, so you do Scrum Ball, but aren't you taking away a lot of the interaction time? Isn't that what you're losing in the whole process? Because Scrum gives people the ability to collaborate, and by forcing people to take up additional tasks, don't really lose that. And one of my arguments is that, let me cover this and I'll take it back. Because the team did not size, I did find that there was less discussion cross-group objectives. And I want to put that out there. Because what we did see is that people were more focused on their individual tasks. When I walked into the Scrum, the daily stand-ups, right? People were thinking more about, okay, so this is my item rather than this is our item. So that is a consequence, and I want to put that out there. There was, however, much better leveling, and this may be a services company thing, because if you have a stand-up or a planning meeting or a retrospective, people tend to defer to hierarchy. That there's a senior associate versus a junior associate, and we saw a little less of that in Scrum because everyone's more focused on their tasks and they're less likely to influence how things are happening in other places. with other people. What it also did was that because we stood up in front of this screen where we said, here's a chit, here's your chit, how is it moving, it exposed weak people very ruthlessly, because we were all standing as a team in front of the board and we could all make out very clearly which chits were moving and which chits weren't moving. Um, so the good news here is that it enabled us to give help, but at the same time, we do need to think about, if we have a culture where everyone's focused on their chits, how do we get people the help that they need? Okay, so if this one really means the movie hasn't ended yet, because there's a bit of a postscript. What happened was that we had a third team that was starting, and we lost access to network credentials. There were some that expired, right? So I said, as the coach, I called the team and they said, thinking to myself that I'm making a virtue out of a necessity, I said, try this new thing. Well, I'm sure you've heard of it. It's called pair programming. Right? You've got just two credentials. So you do this, you do this, work on it together. It's supposed to be great. And then I haven't been a big fan of pair programming, to be honest. I mean, I've never really worked on it, and I've never tried too much. So I ignored them, to be honest. I don't want video, but I ignored them. And they picked up a scope of 25 function points, but then at the end of day 3 of their designated 2-week time period, they came and said, Vinash, we need to meet you. I said, okay, what happened? I'm sure nothing's been done because, all that. They finished their 25 function points in 3 days. So what the Scrum Bangalore team did in 7 days, the pair programming team did in 3 days. The team then got really cocky, overconfident, and they said, we're going to change the rules of the game. We're going to take up this really big chunk of functionality, and we're going to keep going till we deliver it. So in 13 days, they took an item that was 76 function points and delivered it end-to-end, production-ready, tested, purely done. And this was a really complex piece of functionality. Sometimes the function points don't give you a sense of how complex the work is, right? It's supposed to, but doesn't always. But they picked it up and they did it. And it was, you could see that this was a completely high-performing unit. They were together, very visible camaraderie. Now, clearly, you'd think that at this point I'd be saying, let's move everybody to pair programming, right? Yeah, but I just want to put a few caveats in there. So what happened is that by week 2, people started complaining of overheads. What they're saying is, we love pair programming, right? We're doing a great deal of stuff together. We enjoy working in this manner. But you, Avinash, my manager, the company we work for, is imposing too many overheads on us. You're asking us to attend meetings, you want status reports, there's too much email that we need to respond to, bunch of stuff. So what they're saying is that pair programming is great, it works really well, but it works in a context where they don't want to be disturbed. They're saying, you give us a bit of functionality, let's go away, let's run with it, let's finish it, let's give it back to you. Don't burden us with a lot of stuff that actually leads to a lack of focus or a decrease in focus on the work items that we're working on. And that's something that I'm thinking about. I haven't solved this problem, but we're thinking of ways in which we can improve or actually use this, but we'll have to create an environment where we put less overhead on people. That's the only way this will work, because under duress, right, these people couldn't have sat at their individual workstations, so they couldn't have checked their email, etc., because of the outage. So they were forced to use one machine, 2 people using one machine, which significantly cut down email time. But what happened is that over 1 week, they came and said, I have 300 emails that I haven't responded to. I'm not going to check them at home. because we don't let them. Essentially, these are desktop users. So the results were great. We haven't just found a way to replicate them at a large scale. Okay, so this is probably my final slide. Yes. So I went back to the teams and I said, Scrum, Scrumban, pair programming teams, how have you done? What's your feedback? And everybody looked at me and said, it was good. So I asked somebody who's closer to the team's median age, right? And she's a much nicer person than I am, who went and spoke to the teams and gathered feedback. We asked people on 5 parameters. Do you think the iteration was effective? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy working on it? Did you feel connected to your team, etc.? And what we found was that Scrum teams reported being a closer unit much more than the Scrumban teams. The hierarchy got in the way of Scrum teams much more than Scrumban teams, though, because in a Scrum teams, you sit down, you have your planning meetings, your retrospectives, and the senior people tend to get deferred to. We have not sorted that out yet. The culture still is, it's a pyramid. He's my manager, he's a senior associate, etc. We're working on that. Pair programming is fun, but please don't send me so many meeting requests and emails, etc. The real, for me, the last thing is the key, because at the end of the whole exercise, right, when we started planning for the next set of iterations, the leads came to me and said, now I want to set up my own board. I want to use Scrumban. I want to make it happen. Okay, so opening it up for questions.
It's not a question. Can you go back to the observations? Okay. The hierarchy got in the way.
Yes.
As we know, seniors always influence the junior.
Yes.
What we did in my previous organization is, I'm the principal engineer.
Yes.
Everyone looks at me,
Yes.
and I am the scrum master.
Okay.
So what I did is, I did not go for planning meeting.
You did not go to the plan. Okay.
Scrum plan, sprint plan.
Yes.
Now they are forced to do by themselves.
Yes. Was it effective?
Yes. It was not effective on the first sprint.
Yes.
Second sprint, third sprint, they realized I'm not going to help.
Yes.
Then they started it.
Yes.
So we need to give some time for that. At the same time, you need to have confidence that they will do it.
Yes.
You just force it. By you are not there. So now there is no one to look after, or no one to question them. Now they need to question themselves to understand what it is.
And this statement may be more true of services companies, but for too long we've rewarded people for being indispensable, for being the person to look up to, etc.
Okay, that's the.
And so even if I leave them, there may be a few people who will
Come back.
Because in the past they've been rewarded for that.
Yes.
It's a surprising thing that I like trainees and people who don't had that much past waterfall experience, because it's sometimes not train them incorrectly, right?
Yeah.
And it's often easier to bring them into Agile than it is.
True.
Slide initially when you were explaining the Scrum, you mentioned that it's not estimated for somewhere to.
Yes.
Yeah, so I thought you mentioned that you have a function point and sizing.
Yes.
But when you're talking about Scrum, I'm saying that you can estimate the task. What was the code out there?
Good question. So the thing is, everybody isn't a function point counter. So the function point count is done by some of the people in the team, right? So we do that on an ongoing basis for all the work. So in a sense, we have a cycling, but what we normally do in a Scrum team is that we get the team together and ask them to estimate, in addition to function pointers. But for the Scrumban teams, we do not do that. We say, here are the items. They don't necessarily care how many function points there are. Exactly. So there's just a prioritized background and we put.
That you have an either side in terms of function point. That's what I understand.
Yes.
For the Scrum team, what was that? So they went into story point, but they still went into a granular function point in this case.
No, they did t-shirts.
Thought it was an interesting start where you said that you see teams burn out in Scrum over 18 18 months. We see it all the time coming from the other side of the fence. It's very hard to get people to work 9 till 5 in India. But what I found interesting was that Scrum Ban, you saw that become more sustainable, because my experience of Scrum Ban is that it's very relentless, and you're pushing things through very fast, and that can tire people out much more quickly, I found, than Scrum. So it's interesting. Is that something you've seen yet, or is it too early to say?
So what people were frustrated by, they didn't necessarily get frustrated by the amount of spent their time working, but they were frustrated by the amount of time they spent in office. And the two are only loosely correlated sometimes. There is a huge amount of wait time as well as waste time that is often built into many of our projects, right? Even if you're doing Scrum. If there is wait time and waste time, that frustrates people more than this is the work assigned to you, especially if there's a WIP of 1, a work in progress limit of 1, where everyone's given 1 task. If there's a WIP of 1, I haven't seen people get tired. When I go to new projects and I say we should do Scrum, this is a question I often get back. I said, you're going to burn out our teams because you want to make them work too hard. And my and my response is, you know, the curve that I put up in the beginning.
Yeah.
That's what kills people. That's what really kills people, where there is this notion that the end of every sprint will be a nightmare.
Yeah, the problem is I've seen teams, your curve where it was at the top, they stay at the top throughout because there's no lull whatsoever in Scrum Ban. And we've had to build in purpose breaks from Scrum Ban in order to sustain the team and add kind of gaps for training. And
how long was this over a period of?
6 months maybe.
Over 6 months. So yeah. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And I'll see if that's something for me to consider. If over 6 to 8 months, if I start seeing that, then
just put in a break.
Put a break.
Yeah.
Scrum Ban is something like that. For me, I had heard that. I had heard Scrum Ban on that. So what's the difference here between Scrum Ban and Scrum Ban, and what's the difference between Scrum, normal Scrum, and Scrum?
Yes. So if you look at Scrum Ban grid, it's about as soon as it's about full. The minute that you have capacity to work on something, you just pull it in. It started with Toyota and some other companies using a chip called Kanban, right? You put it in and it gets filled. Exactly. It's to increase the flow through your process. And a lot of companies that I work for and with are under pressure to show a constant improvement in throughput. So Scrum Ban is a technique by using some concepts from Kanban to really bring that into Scrum or merge it with Scrum to create that flow, to create that throughput. And like he said, it can be intense because there's a constant stream of work going through. Typically, you will see, and we got about 16% improvement with that. You will see a greater throughput using these techniques than with the Scrum. The problem with Scrum is too often, I'm not saying it's a Scrum problem, it's the way you implement Scrum, is that you have a big block, it takes 8 days in a 15-week, 15-day cycle, and the guy picks up just that and nothing else in that iteration. Because, again, it's the way we've done it, right? We want to be very sure that we deliver. So there's a lot of gaps inside. To give you an analogy, you take a large glass bowl, you put 3 big rocks in it, and it seems full, but there's actually a lot of space.
So also, one more thing is, in terms of Kanban, from a traditional role like waterfall, you won't see much difference when it comes to the execution. And in waterfall also we have design, development, code, test. In Kanban also we have that. What is that?
You have the various stages.
Yeah,
right?
Stages. That's like you can have any number of stages. There is no limit. that you need to do this only. So when it combines with the Scrum, which is a little bit of process oriented, where it is like defined time bonds, it gives a complete flavor of new flavor, where team will not feel that they are in a different one, but they are in agile. That's a more main motto. It facilitates in a lot of services company where they need to see the reports where we are at this point. In Scrum, we don't see that where we are. At the end, have we finished it up?
Yeah, I think it is important. So, one point, I agree with you. The WIB definition come out very valid for quality VFQ or valid for state mapping. From my personal experience, I've seen it earlier. When you start, we literally struggle to put it that in place because we normally from our tendency put it on the higher side to increase the throughput. That's our tendency from offshore, I would say. Yeah. But once you hit the optimum, which was probably what he's saying, like you hit the constant. I have seen my COT shifting.
Yeah.
So is this a full Indian team or is it a distributed?
No, this is a full Indian.
Okay, and it's a physical Kanban board you're using, rather than a tool.
It's an e-tool.
Oh, e-tool.
But we do that for convenience. It could very well have been a physical.
What was the kind of work involved? It was pure development of
Product development.
And I mean, what I see, the big drop was the main reason due to procrastination of work, or was it any dependencies for environment and various things? So was cycle time kind of analysis done?
Or really find out. Yeah. Excellent question. It was not based on dependencies. Okay. I don't say that it's because of procrastination either. I think it's more people want to be very confident that they will hit their commitments, and that's the reason they take a big rock, put it in, and say, you know what, now this line box is full with that big rock, but actually there is enough line here. But dependencies are handled differently because no matter which technique we use, if there's a dependency, it must be met. Otherwise, there's not too much. Yes. 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 So story points are a construct of that theme, right? And so this is me. This is all me because I have worked with function points for many years, and I want to be able to benchmark what we do against our good in 16 hours per function point. It is a fairly reasonable productivity. I wanted to be able to do that external benchmarking, which I would not have been able to do with story points. And I agree with you completely. It does require specialist knowledge, which is why that there's typically a few people as a group that does the sizing in function points. Not everyone can do it. It's not a perfect thing, but it's more a reflection of how I chose to develop some of it.
More comfortable and you also experience of doing function points. If you have to suggest to a new team, would they consider it as an overnight?
Well, that's a good question. If you want to do external benchmarking, where you have to answer a customer's question that says, prove to me that you are best in class, best in the industry, best against my other vendor, whatever. If you're doing those external benchmarking function points, if you want to do an internal tracking or an internal measurement, then story points.
This topic is scaled agile.
Yes.
Multiple teams are involved.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you are really running a Scrum,
yes,
integration of all those things become more complex, right? You wouldn't have a Scrum of Scrum.
That's an interesting question. With Scrum, and this is my personal experience, is that you can change this or increase the size of the team itself more easily than if you do Scrum.
You haven't got the same communication links. The communication is not as strong. So in Scrum you don't really want more than kind of nine players. In Scrum Ban you haven't got that limitation.
Yes. you can do a team of 14 or 15, which I would never even attempt it.
We have attempted it.
You got
We have
it?
attempted.
Does it work?
It works if the team knows what they're doing.
Yes.
Otherwise, it does not. It becomes a noise.
It fragments.
Yes, it becomes noise. We have gone till 16,
Okay.
and then we split into two. Because then what we did is based on the feature
Yes.
or the function area where we are doing, we split it into two, and then people like Scrum Masters meet once in a while and close.
And that's it.
I have a question. When you were saying that your team had 24 function points, and because of some outage or something, they did the pair programming, and you found that they're needing 5.7 hours per person. How
Per
did you
function
come? Yeah. How did you come into that metrics? Because when we are going estimating to the story points, relative sizing of the hours and all, somewhat I understand, but I'm not understanding that.
The marketing. So we had 10 days into 8 into we are a team of 6, let's say. So that gives us a certain number, and then we just divide that by the number of function points. So this gives you the amount of time the Scrum team took, and divided by the number of function points they took, which gave us a productivity of 16 hours per function point. And in the case of the parent programming, they spent 3 days into 8, a team of 6 divided by 25, which is what gave us the productivity of 5 months.
Here is my second question. So when you are saying per function points, I as an individual, I don't know what is a FP. I know what is an SP, story point. So this per function point, suppose I'm a member of a Scrum One team, how should I give you the function points? Means I'm not understanding. Suppose one story you have showed me.
Yes.
I understand the outcome of the story.
Yes.
How should I estimate that if you are putting it into this model?
That's where we tell you to don't estimate. Give the prioritize backlog, pick up the first item. You have a work in process limit of 1. So pick it up, start working on it, finish it, complete it, no difference.
So when I'm saying that I have week of 1,
Yeah.
okay. So like you have 6 members.
Yes.
So week 1, total 6 weeks are coming. Yeah. So if that is the model, then how am I understanding that I am having the bottleneck in that 2 weeks of time then?
That's a good question, but we handle that differently, right? So we have a core team, and this is moving away from some of the things that I've spoken about, but to respond to your question, we have our different Scrum teams or Scrum teams that work with us. But there is a core team, which is some of the senior architects, some of the other people who look at the overall flow in terms of dependencies, in terms of what linkages are needed. So we've abstracted out some of those from the Scrum teams or the Scrum teams into a team which is quote unquote overhead. But they take care of the overheads in terms of dependencies and then aligning the prioritize.
Yeah.
Because the prioritized backlog could very well have an item which has a dependency on something else. But that's not the team's problem, that's the core.
How are they really happy to attend twice in a day? And my second question is that you said that when you do a stand-up meeting, you said that it will be exposed on the week team members. When you say someone on week out of the whole week, how percentage will you take that week and
Excellent questions.
I'm up, guys.
I got just 5 minutes. I see the 5 minutes are. Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, I was looking for technicality. Anyway, it's actually worse than that. I'm responding to your second question first. When you are all standing in a group, looking at the chips, and you see one of them isn't moving, you don't have to tell the person that they're not performing. It becomes very apparent. I mean, it's rather embarrassing. but it's very embarrassing on that person. It's a tough situation, but you don't have to tell that person. It becomes very clear. Everybody can see it, and typically those people ask for help or we offer them help. So we haven't had the problem where people get defensive because as a group you can just see that it's not. So it becomes very apparent. And your first question, can you say that again? Oh, I didn't give them a choice. Some of the joys of it. I never thought of it that way. Yeah, but I guess I already did it.
Sometimes we need to be.
And then you call that a boundary, right?
So I probably should be saying this on camera again, but at one point I did an experiment where they say it was a new team, they were doing this for the first time, and I said, mail me, okay, twice a day. Everything is done since the morning.
Okay.
Okay? Extreme, right? Because that could, what also happened, and I had just come back from the UK at that time, my team in the UK wouldn't have had as big a problem with that. Because, but the team in India really had a problem with that. Because they said, they felt a lot of pressure, even where they justifiably couldn't have done something, right? They found it very difficult to send me a blank document. So I quickly changed my approach. But in the UK, they would have sent me a black document or given me a reason, and they would have been fine with that, but not in. That's probably too high pressure. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Avinash. The questions about giving feedbacks, and directly last time we had a talk from Karthik Kamal. It's again in our YouTube channel. I don't remember the topic name, but it's some techniques that are discussed there about how to give feedback. Like there was a technique called two-chair technique, and a lot of them discussed about culture and how people take it. So worth checking it out. We had a lot of newcomers coming in, so just for them, I'm going to project the Wi-Fi password and the Twitter context again. Can I have a minute, guys?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, for people that joined, we use meetup.com/Scrum Bangalore as our primary group. We post all our event updates there. That's our Twitter handle, also available in the posters stuck on the walls. Today we have a tweeting contest. That is, if you tweet with this hashtag, then we'll pick two lucky winners from the tweets, like the most tweeted guy or the most tweeted girl or the best tweet person, right? And the presentations are being recorded. Slides will be shared in that SlideShare account. And we have live stream set up as well today. And the link's available over that YouTube channel, right? It's also there in our Twitter link. So we have next speaker, Deepak, right? Deepak was one of our community members. He was coming there every time, and all of a sudden he goes, I want to present. I want to help people. Because he was there, people are asking a lot of questions on estimations. He ran a couple of games last time. Again, there was a couple of questions about estimations. It's just first talk, and then again, estimations come in the picture. So this is going to be a beginner level talk. I'll say beginner to intermediate, not very advanced. Deepak, why don't you come in? So it's not that we bring in international speakers and speakers that present in big conferences. Anybody is interested, we have a slot for you as well, okay? So that's how it's an open community, right, if you will. Deepak, welcome Deepak with a round of applause. Right, it is going to be estimation and prioritization for beginners. We have 30 minutes from now, 35, 40? Okay, 45, right? Because the teas are here. I don't want them to get cold, okay? But, okay, I've said that. Deepak, as long as you want to take.
Yeah, as long as I want to take.
Right.
When I'm able to finish it. Right? Yesterday,
Right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deepak. I work as a senior agile consultant at a company called So today what I'm going to talk about is estimation and prioritization for beginners. Over the past 3 or 4 Scrum Bangalore events, during the retrospectives, a point came up constantly, very frequently, saying that we are moving into Agile, we really don't know how this is, but there is a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of confusion when we first moved to Agile and started estimating. So this was an exercise that I've done with some of my teams. So I thought, why not share it with you guys again? So it's mostly intended for beginners who are either transforming from non-agile methodologies to agile and want to understand how estimations really run when it comes to agile, or teams who are not really able to perceive the idea of relative estimation, complexity-based estimations, based estimations. So this is what we going to do. I'm not really very good at talking. All I can do is facilitate and do. So, we will learn relative estimation and prioritization through a small activity. Okay. So before we begin, takeaways for you would be, if you're a beginner, a very brief and a very high level activity through which you can learn relative estimation. Not really digging deep into what relative estimation is, how we do it. Not a lot of detail. And if you're a practitioner, probably you might want to take this back to your team. So before I begin, why do you guys think we need to estimate? Right? Let me give you a practical example that most of us would have faced. Right? You need a house build. Contact one guy. Tell him what we want, what we expect, and there is a conversation. And after that, you ask him, you want to know how much it's going to cost. But does anyone have an experience where what was discussed there, the amount of time or money that was discussed there, was the actual? Anyone has that experience? If yes, I would like to work with you. So it comes to estimates, right? How you should also see it. It is the starting point. The moment, the point in you talking to the contractor, telling him what your requirements are, getting an estimate from him, was for you to understand or build a platform on which both of you to start with. Nothing real beyond that, right? And one thing that I want to point out, as we're talking about estimates, there is a whole bunch. If you want to go back and search for the hashtag no estimates, please do that. Some really interesting conversations, some really interesting thoughts on why people should not and do not want to draw estimates. Nothing really to talk about, but I thought I'd share it. Let's now do a small exercise. Let's group and five. Just turn around with your neighbors. Group and five.
Have you looked at the no estimation stuff? Have you looked at the no estimation stuff? You know the hashtag no estimation. It's quite interesting.
In the order of the increasing size. So the smallest planet was first. The largest planet was last. Okay, yeah, we can take that argument again.
Can you refer to Google or something?
Sorry.
No Google.
No Google.
No Google.
Smallest was largest. Take a couple of minutes. Group together.
Order of their increase in size, so you have to start with the smallest. You've not read the requirements, Jimmy. It's all on the.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but we've got to.
Are you sure?
We've got to order them increasing size. Got to read the requirements. So Pluto's the smallest. Pluto's definitely the smallest.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it is more.
Oh, you're getting into semantics now. I think it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't.
Okay.
I'm never quite sure.
It is,
I reckon Neptune's quite small, and so's Mercury, isn't it? Is it?
I think it's next to Mars.
Mercury's
Mars,
the nearest to the
Sun.
Mars and Earth.
sun. Yeah, the same. Yeah.
Neptune's quite small.
No, that unit as a Scrum team, as a Scrum team, unit combine.
So you see what we started doing there? We're using relative estimation. So we said Earth is similar to Mars, so they're going to be.
So I think
So maybe what we should do is just write them all instead of what we're trying to do now. Just write them all down and then just put a number against them. So Pluto will be a 1 because we know that's the smallest. But should that be a 9? Because it's a lot bigger than 9 times Jupiter. We're doing relative, remember, so it should be more like a 40, I reckon. So put Jupiter as a 40. Because we're doing relative sizing, and then we're going to put a number against it.
They're not allowed to do this.
Can you give us the photos of the planets?
Where's the product owner? Demand to see the product owner.
So what comes next?
Mars and Earth. So they are almost equal.
Mars is
They're about 5.
smaller than Earth.
Smaller than Earth.
Yeah, so we just put.
I reckon they're both like 5s. If we're a point story point. 5.
Which is the smallest? Which goes first?
We have to just arrange right left, right.
Yeah, you see, and
Not
those
start
are
the solar system anymore.
I'm not an astronaut.
and that's the reason we found it to be smallest because it's small.
Okay, what was second? Mercury?
Said it was big.
What was third?
It should be Mars and then Earth.
Neptune.
No consensus? Okay.
Yeah.
Last is Jupiter.
Good. We have consensus there?
Yeah.
We have consensus on what is 8?
Saturn, yeah. Saturn.
Uranus.
All of the living?
Yes.
You've got a big Uranus.
Okay. Six is Neptune. You're not googling it, right? All of a sudden I see a lot
That
of
means
fun.
you're going right.
Yeah, that looks like. Otherwise, we would not.
Okay, 3, 4, 5.
I reckon Venus.
Earth and Mars almost.
Mars, Earth, and Venus.
Venus is bigger, right?
Yes.
So third is Venus.
What is Venus?
Mars.
Yeah, that'll do.
Great.
Hey.
I don't want to calculate, but the order is not right.
Oh.
But the good news is it's not really. We are not actual. At the end of the day, we go back, implement Scrum or Agile. So what this got to do with the estimation? Now, if relative. Exactly. Can some of you share the kind of conversations that you had when you were estimating?
We knew what's the smallest, and we also
We knew
knew
the
what's the
extremes.
biggest. Okay, so we knew what's the boundary, and everything falls in between, and
if
then we will
anything
compare it.
could go wrong there.
We
Mostly
try,
you're accurate with the smallest. Mostly you're accurate with the largest.
so we tried to do it relatively. So we thought Jupiter was probably 40 times bigger than Pluto, and so we gave that 40. Pluto 1. Then we said Mars and Earth are about 5 times the size of Pluto, so we gave them 5.
I know. So this is really what we need to do when we go back and try to size the tasks that we have. And the conversation that you guys had here was should be the kind of conversations that you go back and have. So for example, you don't know their masses, you don't know what their diameters are, you don't know anything about the size. But we did attempt to arrange that. When you go back to your day-to-day tasks, when you have a big list of users, a big list of tasks, and epics, the churnouts built on sprint, and you want to size them, probably this method is going to help. What you could do is if you could list out all the user stories or tasks that you want to size and choose which is the smallest, put it first, and you know what is the largest, put it at the end. So you have a benchmark for the smallest, or you want to call it extra small, you have a benchmark for extra large. What you do next is this goes out. Then what you probably might want to do is look at the others and see if it is probably as unknown as uncertain as if yes, then add this here. Right? So this goes up. What is left? Is it bigger than this or is it smaller than this? Yes, which is the same thing you can kind of iterate through multiple times to find out which is the biggest that we have, which is the smallest that we have. Compare them with the items that you already have in the list here. That should probably give you a fair idea. Now this is problematic if it's the first or the second time that you're doing it. But don't worry about it. Nobody gets it right the first time. Right? We are iterative. What is important is that we learn iteration over iteration, not that we become perfect. Right? It's not that we want to get our estimates right for the first time. That is a little more dangerous than we telling we learn from our mistakes and go back and estimate better every time. Because if we do that, there is a point in time when we end up with great estimations, when we end up with very good estimations, or near perfect estimations, whatever you want to call it, whatever your managers will want you to call it. But if you start with the idea that I want to give a perfect estimate, the odds are that you're going to. So this is probably a guideline with which you can start. And a couple of other parts of how do you typically estimate in Agile is story points, t-shirt sizing, ideal days. Story points is when you say it is in this order of complexity. A one story pointer, two story pointer, 3, 5, 7, you typically follow Fibonacci series. But of course each team has its own method, its own way of calculating story points and even ordering them. But typically, again, you size them relative to each other, you give a number. T-shirts, I think, is that you bucket them into different buckets, starting from extra small to extra large. And ideal days is ideally how long it's going to take me or the team to complete this task. For example, today, when I came here, when I drove from my house to here, ideally it should have taken me 30 minutes. But it did not. It took me more than 45 minutes. Multiple reasons, right? So ideal days is again how much you think is uh, the ideal time to build. So all these again are, as I said, a starting point for conversations, right? And some of the things that you need to consider in deciding that is complexity. That is how much you know of the problem. There is a user story or there is a task that I take. How much of that is known to you? And how much of the solution is known to you? And what is the order of magnitude of the work? You understand? To give you an example, in the traditional world, how would you actually estimate? You look at the task, break it down, or you look at the user story, take it down to task. Say each of these would take 2 hours, 3 hours, 8 hours, something like that. Right? But what actually ends up happening is, if your estimate was 10 hours, you mostly would take 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours. And then your manager will come back to you and say, what you estimated for 10 hours. You tell them, no, there was something in the code that I had not anticipated, or something that I did not know about. So the idea here is don't estimate on what what you think is the amount of work that's required, but estimate based on what you know and what you don't know. And most often you do not associate an hour's time or a number to it. That is a measure of because it is mostly taken as a command. If I tell my manager this is a 10 story pointer, they say okay, it's probably the biggest that our teams work on. But if I tell him it's going to take 12 hours, at the end of the 12th hour, he's going to expect me to deliver. Right? So always refrain from using hours or anything that doesn't measure time. Yeah, again, estimates are estimates. They are not real approximation, guesstimate. These are all the various terms that people have coined or came up with in order to convince managers or other people that don't hold me responsible if I don't give it the most important thing, most important reason for an estimate is that it becomes a starting point for a conversation, and that is all that it is intended to do. And that is what we need to understand. That's what we need to make our management, program office, or stakeholders understand. That it's an order of magnitude of complexity. We can talk based on these factors. So that's pretty much what I'm going to talk about. Just another small thing, if you were to estimate how many candies are there in this jar, what would you do? You would probably look at the amount of candies that is visible. Then assume the density is pretty much same, and then distribute based on that. But later on, you might realize that the jar is hollow inside. Say estimation goes for a prospect. That's okay. You still come back and learn. But that is more important. That's pretty much about estimation. I know it's probably 10,000 feet above the ground. Maybe in future meetups we can talk more about it. Or in case you guys have any ways, we can catch it. Now coming to our next very interesting yeah, this word asking his manager, which is it that he needs to stop working on? Whether he needs to stop working on essential, critical, or necessary. It's pretty much a situation that we encounter almost every day. So again, a small activity to kind of wake you guys up and also understand how prioritization. This is more of an activity to help us understand what are the kind of conversations that we need to have when we are prioritizing our product. So again, can you group it to 5? And this was the Noah's Ark exercise. For those who don't know what the Noah's Ark is, in a very short term, or in a very brief explanation, Noah was asked to carry all the species into a ship because the earth was getting flooded with water. He would have to be on the ship for an indefinite period of time until all the water would die down. And he had to come back and vegetate or populate the earth back with all the species of animals that he carried. Now, imagine you're Noah, put yourself in his shoes, and there are 5 items that you are allowed to carry with you on the ship. You don't know how long it's going to take, and you don't know what are the dangers, what are the problems you would face when you're in the ocean. You have a ship, you have 5 items that you can take. Now, as a group, can you decide on what are those 5 items?
Can you put the dilbert up a minute, please?
Sorry?
Can you go back a slide? I want to.
And remember, it's not category. For example, food is a category, not an item. Meat, chicken, for vegetarians, salad is
Water.
Second is food, but you can't say categories.
Rice, because it's filling.
Water and don't say atta.
I think
Because I want chapati.
We're in the sea, it's a lot of water anyways, and you can
No, you can't drink salt water. Drink it, specify drinking water. Maybe a machine that can turn seawater into purifier. Yeah, purifier. Water purifier. Why did you get that? It'll never run out, right? Thinking outside the box.
some maybe essential medicine.
But which one would you choose?
You have to say that's a category.
Yeah, it's a category. It's not good.
Category. You have to say
What all you have written?
rice and distillation machine. What would be the
No, next.
Okay, guys.
They will learn to eat fish.
For your survival.
Right?
So we have 5. And they're vegetarian, non-vegetarian.
That's up to you.
But non-vegetarians can eat
Rice.
rice.
Sorry, vegetarians can eat.
Yeah, and so can non-vegetarians.
You're all done. Athresh, you have a problem.
I have a lot of rice.
I like a lot of meat.
That's easiest.
I would say some sort of gun, in case one of the animals gets out of hand or someone tries to attack you. I think you need a gun.
You have to bring back animals. Don't kill them. You can't kill a snake.
This list differs.
Yeah.
I would carry a cigarette.
You can carry a cigarette pack. John, you want beer?
I want beer.
What else? Beer, cigarette. You have to prioritize. I'll write all of this. I will say chicken, mutton. One knife. Lip gloss. Makeup. Knife. Knife.
Yeah, we need a knife.
Some minimal tools, right?
3 we have agreed on.
Coffee and tea lovers, there's one less thing that you will need to worry about. Coffee and tea is being served in a couple of minutes.
On the app.
Yeah, on the art.
Okay, we don't have to worry about tea and coffee on that.
In the stations.
No.
Yeah, we need clothes.
We'll be wearing clothes. We don't need clothes.
Okay, we'll live in a safe zone.
It's not essential. It's not essential to have clothes. There's more essential items. We can be al natural.
Okay.
So what we got so far?
We have 3 and the other.
We've
We have to
got,
prioritize.
so we've got rice, we've got a water purifier, and what was the other one?
Net cash.
Then you will also need, I think, something for
Oh yeah, that's good. Yes.
matchstick or something like that.
Which one?
Matchstick or something.
Cooker. How do we cook rice?
Right.
We need no gas.
Matches. We need some matches.
Yeah.
You're gonna set fire on a wooden ark.
Yeah. We can't do that. We need gas.
Maybe a bit
The
dangerous.
gas will also get out.
Yeah.
Solar heater.
Electricity.
Solar heater will help.
So we have 5 now.
Well, no beer.
Yeah. Sorry, not prioritized.
So we got rice, fish.
Rice, purifier, net cash fish, and knife and solar.
That's good. Yeah, we'll survive for.
I can live without beer
Can live without beer.
for a short period.
Then we have the rice and the water. We can make beer out of it.
Oh, yeah, we can make the sake. Oh, yeah. And the cooker.
Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, everything
We can, we
make
can
the
ferment
beer.
the sake.
The next question they can ask is how much advice you want to take, please.
Rice.
I'm the only vegetarian in the group.
So we cannot keep on eating fish.
We need rice also. We need rice and fish curry.
So the morning one fish, the evening 2 fishes, and then the last night.
It's only item he asked for. He didn't say quantity.
Yeah, correct. So probably that's gonna be the next stage.
Oh.
Sorry?
Okay, all of you
My
back
name
to your
is
seats.
Julian.
You get coffee, don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. So we will send it to your seat. Okay. So just have a seat and we'll continue the.
Okay. What is the first or the most important thing about today's ordinary?
Water purifier.
Actually, it's a very good thought. you're on the sea. You have water available everywhere.
But who said we are on the sea?
Huh?
Where is the water? So we could be in a river. It's a flood, right?
Yeah.
Nobody told that we are in a sea.
Okay, you're on river, right? You're still
So
on
you
water.
need to clean the water.
River is that water we can drink.
You need to clean the water still.
That's why it's important. Does it not make more sense to carry a water purifier as against carrying water?
Because your water purifier will go bad. So to repair that, you might have to carry something else. So might as well carry water.
Instead of carrying water, purifying.
Correct. You should have a vessel to collect the water from the rain.
Next one is water.
It's the same script so many times.
Right? And next, first aid box. Right. Okay.
What medicine?
You've seen the movie 127
Okay.
Hours?
Dry food.
Yes.
Okay, what else?
Life jacket.
Burning also.
Life jacket for what? You're in
Next.
Fire on it.
Net to catch fish.
You said 5 only. 5.
You said I'm just listing.
What are the other things we had?
Knife.
Yeah, we had got knife and rice also. So we cannot eat the raw fish.
Beer.
Knife.
Knife, correct.
Yeah. Beer.
Cigarette.
No, I forgot you're making beer there. You have water and
yeah. We're making the beer from
Some carpentry elements to repair the boat if it goes bad.
Tools.
Yeah, that's a good
Okay, what else? Anything different from what is listed? We have water, car purifier, first aid, dry food, stones, fishing net, clothes, knife, jacket, tools, matchbox, cigarettes,
Microwave.
Well, instead of matchbox to cook, what we are talking about is solar cooker.
Compass are valuable.
We had rice as well.
Now that you have
water where will you put? Wherever the water comes out.
matchbox, right? See, you're really talking about survival and a maximum of 5 things. So when you have stones, you could also use that to light it. Of course, we would be called primitive, Stone Age people. But you could still use that, right? Do you still need a matchbox? Is there any other use that you guys want matchbox for?
Yes.
And knife. Solar cooker. Just light it up.
How will you cook that?
How will you put fire on a ship?
Yeah, you can't put a fire on a ship. You'll burn the ship. It's made of wood.
And look at this. What exactly going to put fire in? You cannot carry a lot of wood, right? And that's the reason we thought, forget about stone, forget about matchbox, let's take that solar
Use the
cooker.
natural resources.
Yeah.
Right. So, what are you going to cook with the solar cooker? You're carrying dry fruits.
The fish. The fish.
You have a.
The idea here is, of course, we can continue, but in the interest of time, let me just cut it off. The idea here is to think about your backlog, look at it, and see what is it that you can eliminate from your backlog. One of the principles in Agile says simplicity, the art, maximizing the amount of work not done in the process, right?
Be the question to doctor.
You might not be in a position to knock it off, but you can definitely recommend it. You might not have the final say, but your inputs will and have to be taken. Right? So the idea is look at your backlog as a whole, see if there are redundant things, see if there's gold plating. Now, here when we were talking about it, we had matchbox, a very limited use for it, right? We already have stones. We want to light fire, we can still do that with stones. Of course, it might be a pretty a non uh, yeah, an unconventional way of doing it, or a primitive way of doing it, difficult way of doing it, but it's still manageable, right? Because you're talking about your survival here, right? So whatever we talked about now are the kind of conversations that you want to go back and have with your teams, especially with your product management and product owner. Tell them that without this, will our product work? If no, what is it that we're going to lose? Because it's easy for the product owner or product management to come back and tell you that our product cannot sustain in the market without this. But what are we going to lose? Are we going to lose one or two customers, or is it a threat to our survival? Right? Not all ethics can be discussed this way, but at least most of them can. Right. So there is something called as so yeah, something interesting. Okay, some teams that I worked with had makeup on the list, and one person had a mango sapling on the list because he was fond of mangoes. I thought he would be the best person to air in a Maza or a Slice ad along with Katrina. But yeah, he said, I want to go back, plant the mango sapling because after the flood goes out, I don't know if there'll be any mangoes left or not.
In fact,
For him, it was a matter of survival.
in fact, our team, we decided that we are all together, no clothes.
Interesting. Okay. Again, water, probably one of the options. If you had a choice of carrying water or a water purifier, you might probably want to invest on an efficient water purifier than carrying lots of water because you already have water all around you. You are in water, right? You might want to take it, purify it, and put it to use. Right? These are some of the things. I might not have visibility in your backlog into your backlog, but probably if you want to go back and look at it, you might have a few things here that would work, really critical epics or user stories that will work if there is a small tweak in your system or something that works with just a configuration change. It's just that we need to be open to think about it.
Link of by watching a movie. We would give a lot of
Yes. Okay. So what is important is having a minimum marketable feature or MVP, minimum viable product, depends on what term you use. Minimum marketable features. So minimum set of features with which your product should go out, right? Or it's also referred to as MVP. So it depends on which naming convention you guys or what you want to call it. So always try to have an MVP which is a set of must-haves, nothing beyond that. Even within must-haves, when you look at it, there will always be things that can be scoped out. Think about it, and always, whenever you have the MVP done, always go back and think after doing it, before starting a sprint, after your sprint planning is done, take a look at your MVP, see if it is really minimal or if you can cut down anything. More often than not, you will be able to by means of replacing something with something else or coming up with another way of doing it. So that's pretty much what I want to talk about. Hope this was of value to you guys.
So, what we talked about in last slide is more of a product owner job to do on this than a team. Or are you talking about a team?
See, as I said, product owner is accountable for this, but not responsible. Still the team that's responsible, right? So at the end of the day, it is the team who visualizes or materializes the MVP. Correct. The sprint backlog is materialized by the team, not the product owner. Product owner has a set of requirements, but as team, can we go back and question your product owner saying, can we reduce this further?
You said you're having MMF, right? So, if you go with that logic, how do you generate the product? You need to have some.
Within your MMF, you could have a USP, right?
Yeah, so there is something different from.
Your MMF has got nothing to do with your competitor or your USP. For example, if all your
product
if all your competitors are none of your competitors, for example, are mobile. If you are, that is your USP. Right? So what you're talking about is where we as a product, yeah. So where we as a product stand among our competitors is different from what an MMF is.
Time to market.
No, not time to market. Minimum set of features with which we can go to market.
So,
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
So the environment to first. So to basically think faster, so fail fast. So is there also another point to the calculation?
That you probably might want to consider when you're doing your MR. If there is something that is really risky and is giving you a lot of return, it's not so much of a risk alone, but a combination of a risk and business value that it is. So if it is really very risky and is yielding you very minimal business value, you might not want to consider that at all. So it's not only risk, it's a combination of both risk and
I think one thing that what we had experienced across is typically the product owner and the scrum master, they talk about the term called like estimate less and deliver more, which is on the safer bet, because once the team is working for considerable amount of time, you can get the velocity that how much they can take up. So if you plan on that, and team is really capable, they can excel and even they can deliver more than estimate a lot and then deliver less.
that's more of a team thing, the way how we do it.
What are the tools that you have used to create the backlog?
One really very effective tool which works most of the time as long as the team is disciplined is Excel. Good question. Okay, guys, the question was we don't estimate an hours. We estimate a story point, but ultimately we convert whatever we estimate from story points to hours, right? See, we don't start with estimating in hours. That happens over a period of time. When we mature as a team, when our estimates mature, when the way we estimate start maturing, we will start seeing some correlation between our story point estimates and ours. Maybe over a period of time, most of our extra small tasks would be finished within a day, over a period of time. That is. But that does not mean all our extra smalls should now be called a one-day task. Not really. Most of the tasks fall into brackets of time and complexity, but that happens maybe after 6 months, 8 months, or a year, maybe even more. It depends on how mature the team is.
Have certain tasks which are exceeding 20 years.
Okay, again, the same answer. Story points and hours are distinct. You cannot compare them as at least until you are completely mature. Right? There could be a one-story pointer which could take 3 days. There could also be a 4-story pointer which is taking 1 day. But if all your one-story pointers take 3 days and all your 4-story pointers take 1 day, then you have something fundamentally wrong in your case. Right? If there are one-odd cases, it's fine. I mean, Michael Cohen wrote about this in one of his blogs. He says 80% of your estimates should fall in a time bracket over a period of time. So that will give you a time predictability also when you're looking at estimates. But that happens when you as a team mature, your estimates become stronger when you learn from your mistakes with estimates.
So oftentimes we get some of the stories for which we need to become spike stories. Okay? So when we are successful on the spike, we reduce the estimate, that the high level estimation which we did for that particular actual story, we reduce that estimation. In the course of development,
Okay. Sorry, let me stop you there. One question. If it required a spike task, why did you estimate it first?
Could we take this open house?
Super.
Right? Sorry about that, but please write them down, right? There's already one question for the open house in the whiteboard, so please more. Break time now. I will pass on the quiz sheet, so fill this quiz. The idea of the quiz is to have fun, so don't expect some advanced questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. Okay, it's 11:45 now. We meet at 12:55. I'm sorry, 11:55. Right, there's a lucky draw box over at the foosball table. Drop them once you're done.
No, you become it.
Yeah. It's kind of okay now, but still the things and
Those who wanted coffee can use the machines now. We don't allow the machine to be on during session because it makes noise. So there is also masala tea if someone hadn't already picked that up.
Monday we have a
Just come back. Search for this.
It's not going to disappear. Okay, lucky draw box. Yeah, you only have 8 minutes for coffee break. You have to start moving.
So open up your eyes. Time is running out. So far to feel
Guys, winner contest is still on. Interesting tweet. Number of tweets.
If I write something like Albert Hitler,
I read that.
This time we just have to write that.
Front of a laser on it. Do I have a laser?
Yeah,
Have we been to the place?
I'll wish you better episodes.
Take some pictures during. No, they'll still
Done just the slides, right?
I don't just the slides. Just the slides.
Take it.
Yeah, I've got some.
Sure, yes.
There's a little exercise if we have time.
Yeah, it's you asked for half an hour. No, 45 minutes.
I'm running on 30 hours. So I'm not sure.
All right.
So I can't okay?
Fine.
5 minutes.
Fine.
We start regular.
Now
Yeah.
we don't need to go for lunch.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we're starting. Get back to your seats.
Questions?
So next is yours.
Yes.
Could we settle down, please? Everybody? All right, someone asked me about the video recordings and the slide share. This is the URL, okay? If you already know slideshare.com, then you just have to type scrum_BLR, right? And in YouTube, it's Scrum BLR without an underscore. Want to repeat? Okay. How's the quiz? So easy?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah? All right. How many of us have taken the open assessment from scrum.org?
Yep.
Okay, then it must be so easy.
Yes.
So the questions are from that.
What can I say?
Thought you were Scrum Alliance. You can't be doing that. You'll be getting banished.
Okay, enough? Can we take the slide off? All right. Next, we have two talks. One is from John and another one is from Vimal. So right after that, we have lunch. We in fact have lunch already. So I will leave it to you guys after John's presentation if you want to have lunch or if you want to have the talk. Because we just had tea and then some cookies, biscuits. So, John. Okay, let's welcome Mr. John Barat.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for inviting me here today. Scaling Scrum, it's the people, not the place. A bit about me. It's my family. It's my family. I couldn't get a family photo of all five of us. I don't know if any got children, but it's very hard to.
That's an interesting picture, actually. Full of fun.
A full family photo. There's always one with a finger in their ear, or fighting, the boys punching. So apologies about that. And then this is my other big passion, which is martial arts. I do a lot of taekwondo and kickboxing. Hence the title of my blog, Scrummaster.ninja. Scrum Master by day, martial artist by night. My Twitter, which I've got a challenge for you later, so you might need to write that down. Please follow me. And my wife's company, so I'm an independent consultant. I tend to work between UK clients and Indian clients and trying to bridge that gap around communication and culture. And that's what I aim to get through today. So why this subject? It's an important subject to me. It's one that really annoys me because I was having a conversation 5 minutes ago about someone who said, well, these distributed teams, they don't work, right? You can't do Scrum distributed. I've worked with kind of 15 different countries. I've spent a lot of time in India, around Hyderabad in the microinsurance sector. And I've seen some really high-performing, cool teams. So come on, and hopefully I can convince you in the next kind of 40 minutes. So what we're going to cover. So I just make an announcement now. I hate bullet points. I blame Microsoft for a lot of things in this world. And bullet points is probably top of the list. So it's all pictures, and I think I haven't counted it, probably less than 20 words in the presentation. So what I'm going to run through. So the core. So I believe that individuals and interactions are much more important in any Agile team than process and tools, but specifically in distributed teams, it really is the core. Then we're going to just have a quick overview of well, if individuals are so important in those interactions, well, what skills do these people need? And then that's the child in the sweet shop, which is an analogy in the UK of why limit yourself to a small amount of people when you've got the world to choose from to get these high-performing individuals and teams. But of course, it's not all easy, so we'll go through some of the challenges. And the most important one for me, and the one that I work with the majority of the time, is different cultures around the world, and how you get people in England to understand the Indian culture, and how you get Indian people to understand the UK culture, and how we can try and bridge that gap. And we'll try and do a bit of a hands-on exercise, a bit of a retrospective on something that we can take away and challenge ourselves to work differently with our brothers. And then it's not all doom and gloom. There's also some benefits there as well, and some things that you just wouldn't experience with people from one country working. So again, this is the core. If you take anything away from today, I'd just take this slide. People kind of have moved away from looking at the basics of what the Agile Manifesto said, right? And this is one of the core ones for me. So I try and take any kind of process out of the equation. So whether it's Scrum, we've talked about Scrum Ban this morning. To me, that's not the important thing here. And that's why I don't believe Scrum. Oh, Scrum has ever successfully scaled. I don't believe any company has ever transitioned a waterfall company to a real high-performing scaled Scrum environment. Because companies spend a lot of money on the processes, the CSMs, the CSPs, when actually you need to go a step down and just concentrate and invest in the people and getting the right training in that area. So, this is another English analogy that I use quite a lot. It's herding cats. So the analogy here is that if you haven't got the right people, then the process is very difficult and it's very hard to. I'm sorry. Yeah. The process is very difficult and it's hard to, as a Scrum Master, to get anything done with a team. But if you get the right people and you spend the time on the people skills, on the communication, on the team aspect, then it actually becomes quite an easy and enjoyable job. So what makes a good team member? If it's important, and that's the crucial thing here, what makes a good team member? I just want you to spend maybe 2 minutes in groups of 5, 6, just discussing what you think some of these key values are that a team player should have.
Yep. We're missing one team here.
It's fine. I'm sure you can cover that.
Okay. What makes a good team member?
So this is just focusing on the team member, not the team.
Ownership. I can put one point. He should be ready to get his hands dirty. No. Say for example, you might be working on it, okay, but you haven't moved forward. Immediately, someone else, the good team member, say, I need to jump with you, ready, without you asking help. It's not my help. Yeah, ready to help.
Okay, maybe just the top answer from the different areas. So what we got?
So one thing we thought about is the ownership. He should be able to take things on him and deliver. It's kind of an I want to do it and I will do it being a team member. So this is my task and I'll definitely do it.
Okay. So trust
and ownership.
Respect and trust, yeah.
I have formula for that. His identity is less than equals the team's identity.
Can you say that again?
His identity is less than equals the team's identity.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a good one. That's a developer.
We'll see something in a minute. So top marks. Any others?
Shares is learning with the rest of the team.
Shares is learning, yeah. So it's very open.
Adapting to change.
Yep. Yeah.
Honesty.
Honesty. Yeah. Transparency. Some good ones there. There's a few that I came up with. Mine are no better than anyone else's, but you know, some of the same words there: honesty, hardworking, kind, avoid politics. My favourite one is funny. I always get told by my management, not so much told off, but concerns as to why there's always so much laughter in my meetings. In fact, we've got one of the guys, and he laughs every day. Even when I'm not telling a joke, he'll still laugh at me. So. I'm not sure if it's my face or what. But I think that's important. It's an important part of being a team and enjoying work. If you don't enjoy work, then you're not going to perform. And so sometimes the most ordinary things can be made extraordinarily simply by doing them with the right people. I just love that phrase and simplicity and enjoyment you get from working with great individuals. So again, this comes back to your formula. Good teams become great ones when the members trust each other enough to surrender the me for the we. same sort of thing. That sacrifice of the individual for the team's good. To the extent, so unlike Scrum Bank, in Scrum, if someone you make struggling, you might sacrifice whatever you're working on and getting that delivered for the good of the team because that story's higher priority or going to deliver more points. And so some team skills, transparency, communication, feedback. I've talked a lot about the interpersonal skills, but skilled is also important. You need skilled individuals. You need individuals that are T-shaped so that they have a speciality, but also able to help the team in other areas as well, to really be able to be high performing. So, why use distributed teams? Because all the things we've just discussed, it doesn't matter. You could all be together, you could be distributed. So, my little analogy I'm consulting at the minute between Royal London and Brilliant on a 25 million financial platform project. And so to try and run that from Bath that has a population of 100,000 people, with an IT population of 1,000 maybe, it's impossible. Whereas Bangalore, Wikipedia said there's 9.5 million people in Bangalore. So you can see that you don't need to be a mathematician to work out why we moved to distributed teams. Of course, it's not all rosy. There's some challenges with distributed teams, and there's some things that if you Google distributed teams, people are really kind of passionate about and why they don't believe it's worked. So communication is the number one. If you Google distributed teams, they'll say communication. You can't communicate effectively for a distributed team. This is a nice little picture of what can happen if you haven't got those communications linked right, and that's why people feel so passionate about the subject. But I think, as long as you know it's a challenge, I've seen teams that aren't distributed that sit next to each other discussing a problem on Communicator because they don't appreciate that there's a problem there, right? Because they're sat together, but they're not communicating at the right level. Whereas with a distributed team, you know it's a problem, so you can work at it. So my challenge for you over the next week, I'm calling it the escalation communication game. So within your team, you'll have levels of communication you can do. And kind of at the bottom, you've got the asynchronous type of communications, like email and a team wiki, for example. You've then got your office communicator, or your link, or however you which is synchronous, but very hard to kind of get a cohesive message. It takes a long time. You've then got your VCs with people in other offices. You've got telephone as well in the middle of there, your conference calls. Then you've got your video, your Skype, which is kind of quite minimal, or you've got the more kind of rigid VCs, which are much more scalable. Then you've got the face-to-face contact, right? And so what I'd like you to do over the next week is try and jump a level. So if you're at your desk and you're just about to send an email to someone about a problem, then go to Communicator and communicate. Again, if you're going to talk to someone on Communicator, then pick up your phone and ring them and discuss it, right? And again, telephone, no, go to VC or face-to-face, even an ideal. And I'm just asking you to jump one level. Obviously, you can jump multiple levels if you like.
If I can interrupt now.
Yeah.
I think it is Dell which did it. There was no communication between their teams. So they blocked VoIP, email, communicator, everything of that particular office. The only option that it was left is you need to walk to the person. They did for 1 week or something, and the level of interaction that happened in that week was, they never saw that in their history. I think it's Dell or some other people, but that's the code.
I've not seen to that level. I've had a team that highlighted the team.
No, that was
the team that highlighted the problem where I saw two people communicating next to each other. The team added it into their working agreements that no more communication. And then once the problem had gone, we introduced it back in. But it was just to get over that kind of initial flow. So now we've solved communication. For me personally, I was pleased to see a dilbert earlier because I make a rule that every presentation I do has to have a dilbert in it. So this is to represent experts. So your technical architects that may not be on site, your subject matter experts, or another SMEs, social media experts. And how you can get that kind of communication level. So I've tried a few things on this. So between Royal London and Brilio, they've got experts both sides now. So you've kind of got a paired formation of the architects, and we're even going to try it with some Scrum Masters. So we're going to have a Scrum Master in a kind of paired formation so that you can get kind of impediments easier when you're there face to face. So we're going to try that and see how that works. And then from that, I think it's important that you've got that kind of contact there and there to solve the problem. So that's what we're trying to try and get over that. The other things you can do, the most easiest and obvious, is make sure your SMEs are coming to the sprint reviews. Sounds obvious, but it's amazing how many companies don't get the right people in the reviews. And if they're coming to the reviews and that feedback loop's kind of the maximum you should be looking at. So, bring them in weekly, bring them into the daily standards if you want. Even if they're just kind of listening in the background, at least they know that we're on the right track and we're not making any kind of faux pas with the architecture. So this is kind of building a team. And it is more difficult to build a team when you're distributing, because you haven't got that contact that every day, 8, 9, 10 hours a day speaking to each other. So, but we know it's a challenge, right? So we can do things about it. So I introduced my teams, and some of you Scrum purists will faint right now, but we've extended the stand-up to 20 minutes. It's no longer 15, 20 minutes. But the first 5 minutes is just the how did you get on last night? What did you do?
Okay.
Which is the bit that you normally get when people arrive at work, but you haven't got that in a distributed team. So we've time boxed the 5 minutes at the start just to get through some of those conversations. We play some agile games. We play a lot of games around trying to flatten the structure of the team. It helps with the collaboration as well. Around improv and high and low statuses within the team. We discussed it earlier around still that pyramid of hierarchy. And the problem with that is it stifles communication, because the high stakes people are always getting their say, but the low stakes people aren't. And one of the things I've brought into the team now is that the newest or the most junior member of the team does the retrospective, the first sprint that they're involved in the team, because it's raising them from that fairly low status as a new member, a junior member, to a high status within the team straight away. Other things we do, we have socials together. So I'm over in India at the minute. This is us at a Holly party yesterday. This is my one of the teams that I Scrum Master at the minute. Probably my favourite team I've ever worked with. They're actually working on a very interesting way. It's almost it's not Scrum development. Another one of my passions is using Scrum outside of development. So this is, we get releases from a third party every 4 weeks, and this is kind of a system test which we're running a Agile Scrum Bangalore and feeding that through. And this team actually outperformed any of the other teams being on the project. Their throughput is so strong. And it's just come from 9 months we've been working together, from knowing each other and believing in each other and flattening the structure and trust over time. So there's no one of the big problems I had in the early days was kind of honesty within the team. So they struggled to tell me if they were as Scrum Master, I need to know, otherwise I can't fix their problem. So one of the problems was honesty, and that can only be resolved through them trusting me. So opening up and me not using that as a weapon, but helping them, and they're like, wow, that impediment's gone now. Well, what's the next one? We also work a lot on, we've got rid of the word impediment from our standard. So no longer do we have, what did we do yesterday? What did we do today? What's our impediments? We now change that word to adaptions, which is one of the questions actually, wasn't it? What are this empirical process, which is what Scrum is. It's not impediments, it's how you're going to adapt what you're doing to overcome an impediment. So this is on to the one that I think binds it all together when you're working with distributed teams. It's understanding each other's cultures, because what's acceptable in one country isn't in another, or vice versa, and that can become a real grind within a team if you're not careful. Things like interrupting in England, it's very bad manners to interrupt someone, but in India it's much more acceptable that if you've got a point, you'll get it across, and that's acceptable. The other obvious one is the timekeeping, right? Especially in Scrum and Agile teams. In England, people get very annoyed if you're 2 minutes late for a meeting. So why not just overcome that by putting in your working agreements? We'll get to a meeting on time. So we'll go through here. We've got a few obvious ones. Language goes back to communication again. I'm learning a bit of Canada at the minute. Just kind of Dhanyavada, Namaskara, like Senigudeni, just the local ones. My ambition by the end of the project, so I've got another 6 months or so, is to be able to do a full stand-up in Canada. Wow. Whether I'll get there or not. Good. If you follow me on Twitter, I guess you'll find out as I share the journey. But yeah, that's my kind of ambition at the minute. So we've got religion, which is so diverse, and how do you even start with that one? Food, celebrations. Well, we did a bit of that yesterday. So I make a point whenever there's a bank holiday in India to find out what it's about. What's the public holiday for? Is it Holi? Is it Christmas Day? Is it Gandhi's birthday, for example, and why it's there? And I always try and ask and encourage the team to share what that holiday's for with the UK team. So now I thought this is the point where how are we doing for time? Okay, yeah, we're doing good actually. So a little retrospective now. So I've done this with a lot of UK teams, but I've never done it with an Indian team. So within your teams again, I just want we'll have kind of how I normally my core retrospective. So one thing that's good. So one thing that adds to being working with an Indian team. One thing that's really you've either seen and know your UK or your American brothers. And then most importantly with any retrospective is, well, this is making people sad, what we're going to do to improve on that situation. And anyone who knows me knows that I like a good beer, so that's the celebration of the beer when we resolve the problem. So just between the teams again, just the 5 or 6 of you, just come up with one for each box. I've got a bit longer for this one because I really think it's important to try but you can start doing next week. So yeah, a couple of minutes on that, please. You get on the video. Oh, and you can't use the ones I've already used, so you can't use the timekeeping. You can't use the interrupted.
He being out to speak Indian generally says he have to always succumb to their language. So either we have to come from early morning to late night.
Maybe stand up.
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. Simple, but very effective.
We can start my team.
Yeah. I hope with any of these that you just take 2, maybe 3 things away from it. Just little dilemmas, that's all you need, right? And it's worthwhile.
And actually, you could drop every communication, face-to-face communication.
Yeah. I'm not saying it wouldn't. I've not seen a team go that extreme.
I think we were
Okay.
My season friend.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm not sure which company.
Yeah, I'll have a look actually. It'd be good for my my slides.
But just 1 week they did it, and the communication just shot up.
Yeah.
Like anything. The only thing what they felt is they are not able to connect with customers.
No.
That happens. You're completely off.
Yeah. It worked really well with the just banning of just communicator. That was enough for that team just to get the idea. And also the game. You do that with a team for a couple of weeks and.
For the communication side of it, what we did is we had an internal communication, and that is for the total team. That's it. Everyone sits there, do it. And the architect who is in the US, he will be also in that. So messages.
Have you tried having an architect locally as well? So you've got that synchronous.
No,
that works really well. It adds an extra benefit.
We were hiring for an architect.
Yeah.
But for 1 year, we were not able to find a good architect.
Yeah, it's hard. We're lucky we've got a few actually.
Yeah, that's good.
Really, I've got a few.
We actually started it. Just last 3 years.
Find out the overlap time. Find out the overlap time where everyone or most of them are.
Or maybe Malaysia or Hong Kong, the developers over here, they hardly understand it. Okay, and but they fear telling the talk that they assume like and there are assumptions people have, and at the end of the day you are asking for a negativity in life. Good part is that it's a collaborative approach, right? The way we think, the way we implement, the way we think is completely different. So when any thoughts come, chances of better thought coming out of type of thing. So it's always a better thing
we know the market condition over there.
Just to clarify, guys, I've got a few questions. This really is about you exploring your own solution here. We're not going to have time to go around each of the groups. So focus on your good thing and the bad thing and how you're going to improve it as the 5 people. And make the fact that that's what you're going to do from next week, assuming it's relevant. Because we're only really going to have maybe one that we can go through as a team. It's really important that you do it together.
I see the opposite side. I think
Okay, maybe 1 more minute just to finish off.
I feel that you mentioned that when they say global thing, the Indian guys get a lot of exposure, but I think totally opposite. These are the guys who are very good in technology and processes. They're the people who are good at management. They do not understand anything technology. For them, it's a knowledge gathering.
See.
Yes.
See, one more thing which I don't.
Guys, so you can finish it off in the time later.
One thing which I don't like is most of the times Indian teams
Has anyone got one
are self-centered.
haven't managed to solve?
Even in the Scrum team, hey, I have done it. Hey, I haven't done it.
To get a way to improve it.
If it is a distributed team, and if, say, for example, the testing team is in another zone, It is big enough.
Okay. Has anyone got one that they'd really like to share with the team?
Yes.
With everyone?
Yes.
Pardon? Listening. That's a good.
Bad.
Okay. What was your good thing? Education. Yeah. And how are you going to improve the listening?
Making the person complete something.
I thought you weren't allowed that one. It's cheating. Never mind. So you're going to let people finish. My granddad always said, it's a good one for this actually, that we've got 2 ears and only 1 mouth, so we should listen twice as much as we talk.
That's
something I really struggle with, but it's always in the back of my mind. I'm a bit of a talker, but I always try and think of my granddad whenever I'm rabbiting on to listen more, right? So that's my analogy for that one. Maybe one more.
IST. Indians, we most of the times follow IST, which is Indian stretchable time.
Yeah.
Nice one. Okay. Bad. Okay.
What did you call it?
Indian stretchable time. Stretchable time.
Stretchable.
Yeah.
Stretchable.
Yeah. Stretch.
I like it. So I'm going to have to. Is that why I've been going wrong? Because I've been putting the IST time in the.
Yeah. If you want to meet anybody at 9 o'clock, set the meeting at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that you will.
So I thought it's standard for Indian standard time. So I'm going to have to change my wording. It's another cultural lesson I want. And so how can you overcome the IST problem?
See, there are ways. One is a punishing way, another one is a non-punishing way.
Okay.
Explaining them how this is impacting others.
Yeah.
Okay. Punishing way is we used punishing way also, where if you come late, the number of minutes you are late, that many rupees you need to put it for the team.
Oh yeah.
So the end of the sprint, we enjoy as a team. Yeah, we get a very good fund.
We're running with the team I showed you earlier.
Yes.
On the picture. We're actually running a similar thing where our working agreements, if one of the people don't follow the working agreement, the person who spots it and tells the other person has to buy them a beer.
Yes.
So,
this is the same like.
So I'm owed about 5 beers at the minute. Got a few more to collect. Yeah, it's great. So some of the things when I was researching it, we've got the positives of the direct and self-confident, good presenters. We've seen that today. Work smart, detail-orientated, very good at small detail, and always available, which some people can take advantage of. But this is what UK people see as the positive behaviours in the Indian culture. You can say whether they're the correct thing for Agile. It's just words, right? The negatives. So this is what most English people think. Don't listen, which we've had, so that's good. Speak too fast and too long.
Yeah.
Been in a few of those conversations. Self-centered survivors.
Yes.
Sorry, what was that?
Self-centered survivors, so not really team players.
Okay.
So they're more
This is the same
interested
thing
in
I told you.
they're interested in completing their own task rather than
the team
task.
They're suitable for Scrum Ban and not Scrum.
Well,
these are what commands.
Kind of. Yeah, you can say.
It's a behavior, so you can train behaviors the same as you can train process.
Exactly.
And it goes back to my original point, which was, change the behavior, don't necessarily, try and fit it into any process. Better thinkers than doers, and very politically put, sometimes non-transparent, which I've already gone through before, and you get over that with a lot of trust. Okay, so the benefits. So flexibility, distributed teams gives you a lot more flexibility in how you work and what times you can work, and also the size. So the project I'm working between Royal London and Brilio at the minute, we've had to kind of up the resource at certain points in the project, and then obviously reduce them, and that's a lot easier to do with distributed teams than non-distributed teams. So this was a challenging one actually, where I put this. So this is time zones. So it of course affects communication, time zones, because you're on different levels. But I've actually seen it become quite a benefit in a lot of teams, because you've got more a separation of resource for your environments, for example. You can pretty much develop 24 hours a day. You know, I've worked with people in Australia, which from the UK is 12, 11 hours different. So you can literally develop 24 hours a day. I've actually seen it with my Indian team. And this again isn't very Scrum, but those extra 5.5 hours on a Monday morning before your sprint ends has actually been the difference between getting those last few points over the finish line. So I put it in the positive, but it's obviously you have got to be aware of it and how you work around that time. But hopefully some of the other things I've shared with you have already kind of solved those problems. So this is working with diverse people. You know, I've worked with a lot of people in the world, and it really kind of opens you up, and you get some ideas and thoughts that you just wouldn't get working with people from your own country. I love this team to pieces. They're almost like family to me now. We've been working together for 9 months, and we really kind of complement each other in how we work and how we think. You know, we've not just got different countries here, we've got male, female as well, which gives its own diversity to the team. It's really quite special. And this is kind of how important team building is, right? So take the team out of the office. Again, another way with, especially with the Scrum Ban, where it's so kind of firing through. Don't be scared to take a day off from the office and do some team building. It will pay you back in so many ways. You can say, I was nearly in the Indian flag colours. Yeah. I think Juby had just destroyed me at that point with some purple. So there you go. So a little bit about Brillia, who are the company on this side of the world. Royal London are the other company that I kind of consult for and try and come over some of these barriers. I mean, we've just literally scratched the surface this morning. I could have talked all day on this subject. So Brillia, I really like working with them. They're always quite flexible with how we work, and they listen. And that's what I really like about them. It's not one-sided. They'll take and they'll give advice, but they'll also listen.
Bullet points are there.
It's not my slide. I didn't talk about this. Yeah.
Those are Indian bullets.
Blame Trash, he forced me to put the Brillia slide in. So I'm not taking responsibility for what should get you a prize or something. Dear me. We'll have to speak about that. Yeah. Okay, so just to summarize, so I'll just say with any presentation, there's kind of normally 2 or 3 points that you should really try and take away. Any more and you kind of lose them, right? I think that's all you can take in. I do the same with retrospectives. Only really focus on 2 or 3 points at a time. So if you take anything away today, it's to focus on the right things. To stop focusing on the process you're running and the tools you're doing. You know, as Agile says, they are important, but what's more important is the individuals and the interactions and treating people like humans and getting to know them and to teach them about communication. Try some improv games. I've got a few examples on my blog if any of you have been to it yet. If not, have a look after of just some of the games that you can use to try and flatten the structure within an organisation and get the communication really going. Then we covered a bit about just what a good team looks like. So not the purpose of this meeting, but just some things about what you should be looking for when you're recruiting. So, I don't think it matters if someone's got Scrum or Agile experience. What matters is, are they a communicator? Are they going to let other people talk? All those things around the individual that we looked at. Those are what I'd be gearing my interview questions around, not their experience of Scrum or Agile. Then a little analogy of the child in the sweet shop. Why limit yourself to such a small market when you've got the world to choose from? Maybe not an issue in Bangalore, we've got 9.5 million, but think of some of us that live in the small towns. Then we went through a few of the challenges. And the one that I really wanted to focus on was culture. And hopefully you've all got at least one thing to go through with the culture next week that you can kind of hopefully quite practically bring into your teams. The other point with the challenges was the communication escalation game. So I'm expecting some tweaks next week as to how your teams have got on with that. And then we went through some of the benefits. And hopefully that's just, people always focus on the negatives of distributed teams, but there is some positives you can take out there. Again, it's my Twitter if any of you didn't pick it up at the start. My blog, scrummaster.ninja. I don't get as much time as I'd like to share new content. I'm always after people who want to contribute. So please speak to me if you do. And that's just my more corporate company side. If any of you are struggling with some of the things I've discussed today and you'd like to talk about taking that a bit further. Any questions?
So I'm working with a team where we have a distributed team, and we went and visited them, and we had a great relationship. But once we came back here, the contact became lesser and lesser, and we are losing the connection. So, is there any other exercise or any game or something, some activity that can get us the relationship back to where the good?
Yes. So one of the games that worked quite well with my team was it's a game where you say, "Have you ever?" And then I'll say, "Have you ever been to Hyderabad?" And all the people who've been to Hyderabad have to stand up and move chairs. And you try and escalate, so you say, "Have you ever played the piano?" And then everyone who's played the piano has to move around. And it's just a very simple way of getting to know your team a little bit longer. The other thing is take that 5 minutes extra on your stand-ups to just to build those relationships and ask people, how did you get on last night? What did you do? Where did you go? It's amazing that the people who sit in the same office don't know what hobbies you do outside of work. I think that is so terrible in this 21st century that we live in. So I think that's really key, even more so with the distributing. Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Anything else?
Everything is set. Don't normally ask about the weather.
So I talked about the T-shaped people. So ideally, for a really high-performing team, you'd expect to have a skill that you're really good at, and also a couple of secondary skills. So, for example, if you're a developer, then you should be able to pick up some of the BA tasks and some of the testing tasks. And so I'd expect like the developer and tester to spend some time together. So someone talked about paired programming earlier, but you can also do paired developer and tester, and the tester can share some of the quality side. So, look at your kind of test-driven development tests and say, well, why are you doing it like this? Look at this way of working. And the developer can start teaching the tester some more code so that they can pick up some of the basic code principles. Does that help? A critical
success factor.
That's not a critical factor now. The critical factors are all around the communication skills and getting the right people. So skills is important and having multiple skills, but what I really want you to get away from today is focus on the core skills that us as humans have kind of started to lose because of the process and tools that are now in place. So to talk more, understand your team more, be empathetic and understand your team. And when someone's struggling, be on their side to help them and to come over a problem together. Is that okay?
Yeah. Beyond, I work a lot with youths in China. So there is always this problem of language. They are not very fond of English speaking. So do you have any suggestion how do we improve that? Is there any suggestion that you have gone to?
So to a certain extent, it's understanding. So the same reason I'm learning Canada at the minute, very basic. But I'm also the team are learning English sayings all the time, which is why I had a bit of fun today with some of the English sayings. And so we're trying to understand each other's cultures at that basic level. So understand a bit of each other's languages and try and overcome it that way. And obviously, if it is such an issue, then that's something that can be taught as well. You can learn new languages. You can both spend more time and invest in learning a common language.
So one of the problems which we had something similar, right? So people are there in calls, in conferences. We all agree on something. People do not say. They do not understand because they do not understand your language 100%, right? So what we did, we changed this week. We had gotten our video desk phones. We can see each other across the world, right? With desk phone, and there is telepresence, and we make sure we at least meet once a week for an hour. So the majority of the decisions for the week we are going to decide over there. Majority of the benefit is that when somebody do not understand, you can mark it from the face. They will not say you, but you can feel okay, this guy didn't understand. So there, we would like to go deeper in that and make sense for him to understand it better. If you're in a call when we don't see each other, so we can say, okay, I understand, so let me go, kind of thing. But when you are seeing each other, you understand when the people is not getting you. So you know what to do. You'll slow down your pace, or probably you'll use a pictorial way to show it, or probably give an instance when it was done before. You give some kind of references, and they catch things better.
Yeah, it goes back to the escalation communication game. That was a really good point, trying to up your VC. The other thing that you can do as well, which works quite well, is you can have a minute taker and then distribute that on your wiki after the meeting. And then if anyone didn't catch anything, then so you don't use it as kind of a telling off point, but it's just a way that people can digest it then in their own time, maybe get their English dictionary out and have a look, and then go back with any questions without having to kind of, it's bad enough kind of trying to listen to a conference call when it's not your mother tongue, let alone trying to write your own notes. So that's another way that can give them one less thing to have to do if they haven't got to write their own stuff down. Yeah, we're done. Right, I'm here all day, so if anyone's got any other things they want to discuss, then just come and find me.
Thank you very much, John. And someone asked a question about communications with Chinese clients. Let's take a situation where I speak a language that somebody doesn't understand, right? And he speaks a language that I don't understand, right? What do you guys do in that case? Yeah, I don't have a translator with me.
Pictures.
Yeah, sign language, right? That's something you can try with your Chinese clients. I'm kidding, right? Last time we had a talk on the same. Somebody went did an assignment in China and he presented his views. It's called Taming the Dragon by Karthik Kamal. Has a lot of good aspects about how to deal with Chinese clients, especially, like dealing with culture and all that stuff. And the way we got to know John was again through our Meetup group. We picked the presentations were pretty choosy about it because this time we had like 13 nominations. Out of them, we had to shortlist only 6, a handful of them. And then it's always a tough decision to make. So I've been doing it for like, this is my 5th Meetup, and then it's always a tough decision to make. So if you have someone who can talk, in the end, we also have some kind of fun events. Last time we did some mimicry, someone comes and sings. If anybody's here who's able to show their talents today, it will be open in the evening. All right? And the next speaker we have is Vimal Stan. He's a Scrum Master working with the team at Awareness now. And he's going to talk about release planning as a communication tool, right? We spoke about individuals and interactions in the Agile Manifesto. So Vimal, you ready? Okay, give it up for Vimal Stan, and this is the last talk. Before lunch.
We can avoid I work with the Agile corporate team here. I'm Scrum Master and UI architect in Goa.
So I've got
Just recovered. Can't come make these, let me know so I can speak in a little. Is that okay?
We can put in the mic.
Yeah. Okay, so we build Agile Corporate, which is a project management tool and awareness, and this started a few months ago actually. We wanted to build a release planning tool because that was an issue that a lot of our clients faced. So what we did was we had a couple of conversations with people from different companies as well as people within awareness, and we found some very interesting things as to why release planning fails. Right? The main thing we saw was release planning fails because the tool that you use doesn't help you have conversations that would prevent failure. So I thought it would be a nice thing to share. Is this okay? You go look like that. Okay, is it better? Alright, so yeah, the main reason we wanted to do this is because well, we found some interesting things, and in spite of talking to people across companies, we generally found the same problems repeating over and over again. So I thought it would be interesting to share with you guys, and especially the new product owners here. Anybody? Product owners?
I was.
Okay. Was is will be all good. Right. So if you guys, so I'd rather not have this me talking here. It would be nice if we could have a conversation. Right, so if you guys see this happening over and over again. Okay. So the first slide, relevance and motivation. It seems a little awkward that I talk about release planning, we'll talk about its relevance, but let's put this slide in here because one of the last conversations we had, so this company was introducing CD, right? So continuous delivery. So they release every time they build a feature and it goes out into production almost instantly. And what happened was this person said, I do CD, I don't need a release plan. Which was a little awkward because you're trying to show him that you built a really cool release plan, and he says we don't need a release plan. And the motivation to do it, he says, well, I know exactly what's going to go there when, so I don't need to actually plan for it. So then we asked him, how do you measure your milestones? Fine, you know exactly what's going to go when, but do you know when you want it, right? So you got, say, a feature A delivered today, but are you sure that's when you wanted it, or did you want it yesterday or tomorrow? So are you beating your expectations, or you're not meeting that? And expectation management. So it's good for a PO to know when he's delivering stuff to a stakeholder, right? And it's also good for the team to know what they're building. So yeah, you do sprint refinements, you do sprint planning, but then that's the short-term vision of what you're building, right? The team can't really innovate within the context of a sprint. It's too small. So when you have a release plan, that's when you're going to be actually thinking, okay, this stuff is coming in the future, so if I do what I'm doing now better, it's going to make my job easier. I deliver more value at the end of it. And it's a conversation start, right? So if I'm going to look at the burn down, then I know what's going on. Whether it's going well, it's going badly, it's meeting expectations, right? That conversation you can have when you have something representing your vision. You don't have a release plan, you have nothing to talk about. So this is the main crux of the talk. So why do release plans not work? I mean, we've seen it time and again, release plans fail all the time, right? A lot of people tend to do release plans using Excel sheets, which is a good tool, right? But one thing we noticed was POs who are relatively new to what they're doing, they tend to learn through experience, which all of us do. but that experience costs them, the time and the resources that they have. So it's generally not a good way to learn. It's an expensive way to learn. That translucent. So these guys do a good job. They set up the release plan, looks nice, but they tend to miss out the finer details in the plan. So I'll come to that. I'll show you some stuff which will make you more clear. But they think they have the whole picture when they actually don't, right? And badly planned releases. It's very surprising how many, you know, badly planned releases we saw, considering the POs who we met were quite experienced, and they kept complaining. The releases, they're not going according to plan, the team's not delivering, the stakeholders are pissed off, all that kind of stuff. So when you have badly planned releases, you're not using your resources effectively, right? The people you have, the money that you've got, your budget. So again, the time that you have, all that stuff is being wasted, and you're setting the wrong benchmarks. Right? So you tell the team, so let's say you plan too much of a release. So you're going to end up pushing the team to do more stuff. And when they fail, it reflects badly on you as well. And similarly, you plan too little, and you're telling the stakeholders that you're not getting the value for your money. And the wrong expectations, again, relates to the same point. Right? And this is the primary reason that we found that the release plans fail, no reviews. So in Scrum, we make a release plan, and then we act water polish about it. Right? We said, okay, we made one 6 months ago, it has to hold 6 months later. Doesn't work that way. Right? So considering it agile, you should be reviewing it every time. And this is one kind of badly planned release, an underplanned release. So the problem is people tend to think, okay, let's not take a chance. If we this go is going to be bad, so we know the risk. Right? Or maybe you just thought it's much harder than flow. And over buffer, this was again something we saw with the newer POs who come in. Right? They say, okay, we give the time a little leeway so they can play around. And you end up underestimating so much. It's, well, people, the stakeholders come and look at you and they say, why are you wasting so much time? Right? And you're looking at your team and they say, we can do better than this, you're not expecting enough. So it works both ways. Actually, let me just show you a quick. One second. So this is the release plan tool we have. So let me just quickly do the release plan. Okay. So this is a good example of an underplanned release, right? So you plan 10 story points. So what most people don't realize is they do the basic math and they come up with a number, which is how much you can achieve at the end of your release. But what people don't realize is that when you underplan and your team starts performing better, you have to modify it. That people don't get, which is very surprising. And the next we move on to overplan releases. So you obviously plan too much. Right? This generally doesn't happen. Nobody plans for failure. Right? You don't want to start off looking bad. So that usually happens when you have underestimated stuff. You pick up 10 story points, right? And then when you break it down, you end up thinking, okay, this is 15. And all of a sudden your release doesn't look so good anymore. And this unestimated story. Right? So you say, okay, I've done a rough sizing, so I'm going to put this in my backlog. And when you break it down, you end up with stories which aren't really, they're not knowns at the point you made that. Right? So this point specifically tended to catch most POs unawares. So it looks good when you started your release plan, right? You were a 10 story point with maybe 3 unestimated stories. And then as the sprint went, you estimated the stories, but you didn't compensate either by reducing scope or changing the time. And this, I think, is something most POs are guilty of. You change the scope but not the pay, right? I see a lot of smiles, especially the awareness guys. Yeah? So you end up saying, okay, so this is again the breakdown of stories. So your team said, okay, 10 points for the story, and then when you broke it down, you ended up with 12. The POs don't take that into account.
And scope creep, well, this could either be the PO or the team moving the creeps. So the PO adds more stuff, doesn't change the date, and the team tends to find more work and they don't talk to the PO, which again, oddly enough happens. Right? So what happens when you do find these icebergs? Fine, now you figure out what the problems are, and then you figure out this is not going on plan. Then what do you do? So either you fix your scope or you fix your date. Right? You have to get. Right? Created a demo screen for you guys. Right? So what you see here, so normally you see a sprint model, which is basically a line going from the top to the bottom, right? But what you normally see is just the line, you do not see the actual path. Oh, there's a laser. Yeah. You see it? Other side. Which is the one there. Okay, so what you see here is the normal line that you see. And that's the only thing you see in your raise point. Right? Now, this line represents the amount of work left to be done, which is good, right? It shows you where you are right now. But what it doesn't show you is the scope change that you see there. So you started off with something like 400 points, and then this is not 400 points anymore, is it? Right? So you should know. So your release date is here, and you're not going to make it, and you know why. And another thing is, you know why the scope changed. It's not very apparent when you look at it. But then if you look at these dots here, they represent your unexecuted storage. So it was 200 and you had a certain number, let's say 5. And then as you went forward, scope increased, this increased. You went forward with them, this increased, and the scope is increased again. So people don't get that. So this kind of information is what usually catches people off guard. Right?
But how about if we increase even the resources?
So you can increase the resources as well. So this shows you
changes and the time doesn't change. You increase the resources. I think then we are still going to fall in the same line.
Sure, let me ask you one thing then. How much time do you spend bringing your resource up to speed? So what John said, right? It Scrum is not about the work or the process, it's more about people. It's a culture that you follow within the team, otherwise it doesn't work. Right? So if you're bringing someone in, and you generally follow XP practices as well, you do pair programming, you do TDD, you do all the other kind of stuff, functional automation, and things like that. Now, someone who you're bringing in, if he's mature enough, then of course he's going to increase in velocity, right? What if he's not? Then what happens?
Anyways, if he's not even picking up,
it won't be as bad, I agree. Right? So,
Sometimes it can be disruptive.
Yeah.
It is not necessary that you should improve when you are other team members will also have to spend time.
No, you don't have to. When you do a pair programming, you are not teaching it. You are not testing it.
But the most common thing, the 4 squares that I had with the forming, storming, norming, and performing, the general rule with that diagram is that if you add a new member to that team, you go some people say you go right back to the start, but I tend to think you go to the next boxer. Yeah. And then you lose, your gains. Short term, long term you're fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't work for release planning though.
Yeah. So
not unless it's a really long.
Let's say you did add someone who's, a mature guy who knows how Scrum works and has been with the team before. So in that case, so effectively you're dealing with a velocity thing, right? So you can always customize. All of a sudden you've got a new plan.
Yeah, at least your use one is much better.
Much better. Yeah. So in this case, so what we're doing here basically, it looks a little mumbo jumbo. Best, worst, and where the moments are So now as a viewer, you see that you're not going to finish. what do? So you either fix your date or you fix your scope. Right? So you know that you have to go to market. Right? It's not a decision when you want to go or what you want to go there with. So if you decide, okay, I need to release, let's say, so April 1st, right? So then you decide, okay, if I have to go there and I'm not able to deliver everything that I want to, then I pick and choose what's most important for me as a PO, and then I see how long that's going to take me. Right? So it says 175, let's say, I'm going to say 170 so then I adjust my backlog accordingly, right? But if I say, no, this is not going to work for me, I need all these features, it's pointless going to market without it, then I figure out how long it's going to take me. So this is 20 days, right? Given the current velocity and the state you're in. Right? So the idea is that your tool, whatever you use, should help you have these conversations. Because unless you have these conversations, you're not going to fix these problems. Before you end up at that meeting and like, okay, oops, you missed this. It's not really good for you. Right? So that's basically the idea behind. And that's all I had. So yeah, in time for lunch. So any questions, comments? Yes.
How does this release planning work as a program? Everyone's kind of you.
Yeah.
What that program each team has you have separate backlogs. So what that is like that. And how does this tool get necessary?
Sure. So in a program, generally the way it works, I'm assuming you're talking about say.
No.
Yeah, just a program. Okay, so the general idea would be in order for all teams to work within a program, you generally need to have the same story pointer. Right? So what you have at the program level is basically a super product backlog, right? Which then trickles down to the teams that you have. Right? So then you do a cumulative kind of thing, and then break it down into stories.
So each team is have the same relative sizing?
Yes.
That's only gets
I think
this is not designed to work on a program.
Sorry, I've seen teams that, because I don't believe that you should enforce a joint story point. So how we work on the current project is the team define what their point is, but then at the governance level, they've kind of factored it. So one might be a story point of 1, another teams could be 1.5, another teams could be 2, and then that's managed at release planning at a. So it's an overhead for an admin type person to do, but it leaves the team to be a bit more comfortable.
So you basically normalize the scores, which is again just one more step to make it equal. So that's another idea. But this right now, what you saw is the fact so you would need to do a little more work in order to get it there. Anything else? Any other questions?
So are you basically saying that from the philosophy standpoint, are you going to say that follow a plan rather than adapt to changing requirements?
I'm not saying follow a plan. What I'm saying is set expectations. Right? You say, okay, I'm going to accomplish these things, but as you go, you have to have those conversations to say, okay, those expectations will change. Right? So you make a plan, yes, that's to figure out where you're going. But unless you know where you're going, you're not going to be able to make changes in order to get there.
So that's the team decides, right? I mean, you have a backlog, prioritized backlog.
Yeah.
They pick up the essential part based on the prioritization and ranking and other stuff, right? So it's a team that decides. So if you create a tool like this, it's more, you're creating a hierarchy in the first place, and then you're also putting pressure by saying that this has to be done at a certain stage.
Okay.
So it's then the time-bound pressure that builds in there.
Sure. So the team decides, but then their decision is based on what the peers already decided.
That's from the ranking and the prioritization anyway.
Exactly. So what this helps is for the peer to say, okay, these are the things that need to be done, and this is given the team's current velocity and the current capability. Right. So obviously this tool you can use to track the variations in the performance as well. Right. So it still helps you figure out whether the team's going to make it or not. Agreed. So the pressurization comes in when there's a culture problem. Right? When the PO doesn't understand, okay, quality will suffer if I'm going to ask for quantity. I say I want 10 things and I do only 8, then sure you'll get 10, but then the 10 will not be the same quality. Right? But that's a different issue you have that you need to solve. It's not the tool that's question. Did that answer your question? Partially.
I think you're concerned that release planning shouldn't be part of Scrum.
Not the release planning. I think the release planning is more at the product or the product owner level, right? It's not for the team.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Product owner defines the roadmap.
Yeah.
Right? And then based on that, the team executes it.
Yeah.
And it may happen that many of those that the product owner has prioritized may not make it on the plate.
Yeah.
Right? The agile training. So the team just produce, and then at a certain point, whatever is produced is released. So
Yeah.
they may be the last trio things that are not produced that just get omitted. So there's no way you can make it happen. Is what I'm saying. So if you create a plan, it will fail. I mean, this is a scientific approach, right?
But it's just projection. It's not you would never say these are exact functionality that we're going to deliver on this day. You might have an MVP, of course, and then those would, or your date would have to move.
Those are the must.
But there's the.
I think there is two sides of it. What saying and from Agile standpoint, what SAFe is doing at this point of time. SAFe is talking about milestones. We're talking about Agile trend, ERT, and milestone. There was another thought when we moved from to Scrum Bangalore and said that we just move on Agile 10. Whenever we are ready to drop, scale has mixed both. So you say if I have a milestone to be able to take, I have to do a Christmas release, right? I'll do a backward planning, right? But the unpredictability that brings up, I think that will help. That when I'm reaching closer to it, I say I'm not able to make X amount of features going into production at that point of time. Then it might help that what all we can put into it, and will definitely become for MVPs because the release is planned for MVP. But how to downsize an MVP to something which can make an release which sort of serve the Christmas, this might help. Yeah. But again,
because this might tell you what you can achieve, but then.
But I think the point that you brought out, if you can hold it up to the program level, those decisions are made more from that standpoint to be really very.
Yeah, this this is the product plug. It is coming. We are implementing sales. Yeah. So you will see product, you will see portfolio, and all those things.
But this, I see an advantage here is that the team also has not just a view of the backlog, but at a product level, they have a view. They have a bigger picture. So that's the advantage I see here. They are not only constrained to a backlog, we have to finish a backlog. They have a bigger picture. Nothing is hidden. Transparency is enabled here.
So they mostly set a context for, you're not just building stuff, you know why you're building something. So for example, when we're building this, so we built it with the idea that we will scale up eventually. Then we would build it in such a way that when I have to build it for program or portfolio, it'll be easier for me to do my job. Because then I'm not even reinventing the same wheel again. Right? But if I knew I'm doing only release planning, I'm going to build it in such a way it works. So we're done.
One thing it might help, which I saw it is always not there. Sometimes we didn't do an unpredictability of the quality story points or the velocity that you have done because of iterations or for any other problem. Then it really struggle that my story point drop from a planned level to what we are achieving at ground level. It gets very analytical to hit up to a number or in terms of quantum that we are delivering out. This might fall it out there.
This you can also do post-mortem, so you know release failed. Right? So you're looking at this and you can pinpoint, okay, these are the points that we should have caught it earlier. That also.
It just gives you the MI that if you're going to know you fail, it'll tell you much earlier than you would if you were any other way. I think it's quite a good tool.
So the idea was we spoke to all these people that we had access to, all these product owners and portfolio managers, and they kind of told us these are the problems we face. Right? So that's the input we got, and now we're getting more input as well. So you should see improvements there. Anything else? Anyone? Okay, thank you very much. You've been very kind.
Simple about it. Yeah, simple. Yeah. Simple.
Hey guys, time for lunch. We meet back at 2:00. Right? In the meantime, anything you want to see or hear about in the afternoon, you can put them in the sticky notes there. Right? We'll try to talk about it in the open house. Also about how is it going so far? Which speakers did you like the most? Which topics were less boring? Okay, Canada. Just kidding. All right. Less interesting. Less interesting. Okay, you can also say that. So we could retrospect and then see. One, I have a thing to mention about his release plan. Did you figure out at some point in time you were saying release plan and release planning? So it's actually continuous. I mean, if you stick to a plan, then I think it's not really agile, right? Doesn't it? So you have to inspect and adapt, and that's where trains and buses come in. Okay. So we meet back at 2 o'clock, and then a talk, and then a game. All right. Whiteboard is still a lot white.
Okay, lunch is in the team rooms there, so just pick any room, lunch is in boxes, pick a box and water. Put the trash back in the same rooms and the bins which are placed.
Anything you want.
I'll pause it.
or based on a predefined requirement or changed based on our condition. After 7 months, you need to walk. Do we ever have it? At 8th month, you need to have a team. Did we ever had it? For some, it is 8 months. For some, it is 12 months. It changes. The requirement changes based on individual people.
2 years.
Right? At school, when it comes to studies, at school also we followed the same thing. First 3 months, we learn monthly portion, weekly portions. Then we test that as quarterly. Right? We continuously evolve, study, re-study, study, re-study. Okay? And collected as 6 months. Then it is a year. Right? For our final exams. Right? Yeah. Then we take that syllabus. Did we ever study for the final exam? On the moment you joined the school. You studied for that. Not for the end. Yeah?
Started studying for the final.
We started studying for the final. But what we studied is that month's portion, not final years. Right? Something.
Oh, there you go.
We integrated the previous month learning and validated continuously. Right? Then we use our ways in solving the problems. How many of us did group study? How many of us did individual, a room, timetable, and a lot of things, right? So we find different ways to go through. None of us had studied for PUC exam from the day one of school. If anybody studied like that, please let me. Right? We never learned everything on a single group. We never know algebra on LKG. But now that's it. All of us reached out for assistance with parents, teachers, siblings, and okay. We never been in a shell that, oh no, if I ask question, what will my brother think? We immediately, hey, brother, please help me out. I am not able to do this math. Or we go to tuitions, right? We adapted to the study pattern based on individuals, right? Okay, this time I got C. Okay, how do I increase to B? We never target immediately with A. Yes, our parents target, but we never target. Correct? So when we move to the college, it is the same thing. We find multiple ways to track opposites, right? We try to impress the one who impressed us. Okay, using simple methods, not using complex methods. We never succeeded in all the ways, but the succeeded ways are taken forward. Not succeeded ones, we learned it and moved ahead. Okay, that's what I call it as we refactor ourselves to make things work and achieve an agreeable romantic life. Not the romantic life we expect, but something we mutually agree. Right? Yes.
It's arranged marriage.
Everything's agreed.
Agreeable limit. Okay. So our goal changes by better understanding. How many of you guys thought you will become a doctor or ice cream seller? Right? We thought of that. Even my kid now expects him to go to space. I do not know what he will become, but he wants to go to space. That is the initial goals. But what are we? As we grow, our goals changes. Okay, based on our understanding and our expectations.
Sorry, can I just? You said your son wants to be an astronaut.
Yes.
Is that something that you encourage, or do you tell him, no, you'll never be enough?
I'm encouraging him that you study well. We will go to this place.
We.
I'm bored. At home, I'm bored. See, a Scrum Master's job is also to direct the team on a way that makes the goal achievable. Okay? Sometimes you need to be dictatorial. Sometimes you need to be very lenient. Sometimes you don't even care about it. It will happen. Okay? Based on what then you do. So, based on our understanding, we change our total goal. Many of us who thought I will be a doctor became actress. Correct? Yeah, all actors will. This is what actors do. Exactly. That is what I'm saying. So your goal is not fixed. Your goal changes based on your understanding and your requirement of that particular thing. Right? So that's what I try to highlight here. When I say as goal, if you link with the product or software development, your end result of your feature. That may change, but we cannot say no. You cannot change it. If you change it, we will not be able to deliver. It changes always. Change is part of our life. That's how we live. Okay? So let's now come to the career side of it. All we discuss is the personal side. This is career. We joined the workout as a freshers, right? We stopped being agile. Can you give me an example? We stopped being agile.
So whenever you are in doubt, you stop asking people because you assume that they will think you are an idiot.
Perfect. Okay. The next, we want this situation where someone commits a deliverable on our behalf. We did that, right? We don't deliver. We don't say this is what I can do. Yes, boss, you manager, you told me, I'll do it. We never said no. Stop. Okay, that's what I mean as we stop being agile. Okay. Second is we wire our brain with an attitude that we'll follow what our leaders say. Boss is always correct. Right? They know best and can commit for us. They know how we can do it. They will help us. Right? They will find ways to solve our problems. These are the things we not assume. We hardware it. Not assume. The moment you enter into a company, okay, I need to talk to my TL or module lead to understand what I need to do. Not what I need to do today, that fixes the job. We don't need to use all our values that we achieved. What I mean as values is knowledge. Okay, you are telling this method, I will do this. Whether that method is right or wrong, we don't care. Right?
It's the same after the marriage, right?
Yes. Married guys, yes. For singles, yeah. They are in a different world.
Still in a dreamy world.
Yes. Are we not following agile in our career progression? We do. Okay? None of us became an architect from our freshman year in any software company. Never. No one hires you as an architect or a manager on the day one. You need experience, you need to gain that, you need to learn that. Do you remember how hard you worked during a software engineer life? Get that senior software engineer. From software engineer to senior. Day and nights, learn a lot of things. We do, though we agree to what they do, what they say, but we also learn extra. We followed our agile in our career by taking one step at a time, not long steps. We marched ahead by adding new goals once we achieved the old goals. We never stayed in the same place. Right? adding more value continuously and evolving our knowledge to solve a problem. If you ask a software engineer how to connect to internet, he'll say one way, but if you ask to an architect, that will be a different answer, not the same, right? And we are the same people who are asking, how can I develop a software that has product backlog that changes constantly? How do I develop a product without knowing its full system design? Now, let me ask a question to you. I want you to ask yourself a question. Amen.
Are you Ajay?
Any questions? Any thoughts? Thank you.
Hey, Albert, here.
On time.
Okay, how was this talk?
And this is my contact, guys. All my contacts.
Deepak, come front. We're gonna play a game right now. So go back to the team rooms, split teams. I will let Deepak facilitate it because he's very good at it. I got his raw materials already.
Yeah, probably I'm not coming into the games. Thank you, sir.
I'll sleep you after lunch.
How do we split?
This is just a stop.
We'll do that. We are self-organized.
Yeah.
We are self-organized.
Yeah, it will be available in the slideshow. It is already available. You can take.
It's a tough gig straight after lunch, isn't it? Always a tough gig. Everyone's sleeping.
Hope no one's left.
Yeah.
I said sleepy. No, I thought it was good.
Unfortunately for you, you'll have to see my face again. And fortunately for me, I get it. So, as Martin said, we're going to play a small game. It's about how we work as a distributed team. The most common scenario in India is we have the development team here. Product management is probably at client side in US, UK, well. So this is the most typical scenario today that we have in the IT industry. So we're going to try and replicate this through a game, take you through the experience, and let's see how you guys do. Let's see if you can inspect, adapt, bring in some practices from your real-time experience, and probably share them here, and then again share all that. So we're going to split in teams. How we're going to do typically? Count from 1 to 8, all the 1s, 2s, 3s. So you can probably start. Count from 1 to 8.
5.
6, 7,
8,
1,
4, 5, 6,
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What happens after also you think?
7,
7, right?
4, 5, 7, 8, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I hope you remember your number. Ask your neighbors. If they don't, then sorry.
Ask their name.
So please identify your partners.
5,
6, 6,
5,
Very late.
Number 1, yeah, just 4. Okay,
I am not in any game. Sorry.
Other number ones are missing. Okay.
Hope that is nice, right? That is okay.
Agile came 13 is yours or?
I
haven't launched that as well.
Oh, really?
But it is mine.
Oh, I can find your details there, right?
At this point, it's not a web. You can just search for my name.
What you need to do is
No one else will.
find your product and get a product owner and a scrum master from your.
So we are coexisting with
Product owners please stay back. Scrum masters take your teams back.
Hey, what's this?
Huh?
That big team?
Yeah.
One piece.
Scale team.
Number one.
You go to the room. Yeah, just that particular percentage, that question, because it's all like, what do you think? I never expected the ending to be like that. That was that's the question you need. I'm an agile. You will actually get it.
Oh.
Deepak, this is Scrum Master. Product owner stay here.
You should know, okay.
So the Scrum Master,
Scrum Master. Scrum Masters can go back. Make sure your teams are comfortable.
Okay.
POs are here.
POs.
PO हो गया.
हाँ क्या करें यार.
All the best.
Thank you. Promotion मिल गया मुझे.
1, 2, 1, and this is 4. 3, 2.
I'm from I5 team.
1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 6, 7.
Oh, this is also
Yeah, 8.
Product owner, 6.
6, 7. 7. 7 is missing.
Okay, product owner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You 7?
I'm 8.
You're 8. Okay.
7 is.
You don't have a product owner.
Still fighting one to product owner.
Which one is also okay.
You're leaving now?
Okay,
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ we're doing this. End it, I think.
Okay, all the product owners are here, right?
Yes.
Okay. What we need to do now is
Yes, sir.
we're developing a product, all right? No. You know me, I'll always make you guys fail.
Okay, so let's see on the screen.
let me know.
So this is the product. It is a flyer on Scrum.
Just give me a second, please. Yeah, there we go. You want me to zoom in? No. Okay, I just.
The call, Akhilesh?
This one. Yeah. Done it. Yeah. No, I'll do it. Yeah, just it's difficult for me to look over there and try to turn things. Yeah, then mouse.
Good?
No.
Yeah, this is okay, this is a flyer on Scrum. Scrum framework. Bit of painting around it. It is Scrum product backlog, sprint backlog, Scrum. See that's a test of our knowledge of Scrum. Okay. So this is what your team will have to do. One thing is you go back, do a sprint planning for 3 minutes, come back. You cannot, your team members will not be able to see this. You have to describe it.
You can show it.
Yeah, this is the one. And there is a measure to it.
So we cannot show the photos.
No, no. Same size. You'll have to cut an A4 size sheet for this dimension. And to help you identify, the A4 size sheet is folded 6 times. Okay, one of the sides is cut off, and these are the remaining 5 pieces. 5 portions, 1 portion.
Come up with the entire page with the drawing.
So how we are going to convey this to your team is up to you.
We can show them the sheet.
No. You have to describe it. You have to describe it. But they can give us, they can write a sketch, give it to you, you can correct it. That's all.
I can also make a sketch for them.
No.
They are. So what exactly?
That's up to you. How do you want to elaborate it? This is the product. This is how the end product should look like. You should get it. Yes, this is the one. If you want to take dimensions, size, etc., you should comply to this. Okay. So this is what it's going to be measured against.
Folded 6 times or not folded 6 times?
That's to help you guys with the dimensions.
One fold is
Okay, guys, go back. Your product owner will come. He's
We
safe.
are not part of the team. We are from Proval.
I thought you were checking on your PO safety. This is the color. All these are different.
No meaning.
No, nothing with Scrum. It's just a poster. You can't make a black and white poster. Yes, yes. How we are going to convey this is up to you. Please make sure you follow all the Scrum ceremonies. You cannot show this to your
You cannot sketch it, you cannot show it, you cannot write it down.
You can guide them. You can guide them. You can tell them this is what the requirement is.
So you can tell them like this triangle has to be there.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell them
You
this
can
should
tell
be
them
green.
whatever you want as long as you don't show them this.
Okay. But we cannot,
Yeah,
involve in that.
there's another test. You'll have to go back, a 3 minute sprint planning, come back, and after that, how you want to interact with the team. You cannot have a face-to-face after this.
And keep it time boxed.
Yeah.
3 minutes is 3 minutes.
Your sprint is 8 minutes. What is it? That's up to you guys. How do you want to
So
do it?
if they have any questions, they have to come to us.
No, you cannot be face-to-face. During the Guys, that's up to you guys. How you want to real time? You're in America. Yeah. You're in US. You're one. And none of your team members have visa. Okay, so yeah, no business. They try to come in.
So, but will we be getting the material required?
Materials. Wait, guys. Materials. Take one of these.
How many editions do you need? 7, exactly. Each.
Yeah, and if your team wants to make more than one, please do so.
Share.
No, you have to. And team has to make one
Painting, I don't know. Here.
Yeah, painting is here.
Okay.
You have to be here only.
Yeah, you will be here. Okay, guys, you got it? Okay, your sprint time starts now. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
3 minutes for your sprint planning and 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Follow. Take coverage.
Yes.
After your talk, I was thinking about the estimation. One thing that I do not like that some news do, you take estimation of say monthly, of your estimate. So,
Generally, അത് വലിയൊരു കിട്ടിയിരുന്നു ഈ സീസിൽ ആരാ നോ പ്രോബ്ലം. പിന്നെ ഉണ്ടോ യു ഹാവ് എ സെഷൻ?
എനിക്ക് സെഷൻ ഇല്ല, ഐ ജസ്റ്റ് കേം ടു ഹെൽപ് ദ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ.
Since you're here for the first time, this is how it is.
Hey, Madhu, I need to split after this. I just got a call from home. So let's skip on that.
Okay. All right. So sorry. Yeah. Rain check, right? Next time, sure. Yeah. I'll address it next time. I'll say, got it. Yeah.
I actually wanted to share my experience
Yeah.
in an agile transformation.
Right.
So it's not trying to do whatever.
Yeah.
My dear spread was Malaysia, Hyderabad, Bangalore,
He wasn't kidding me.
And my team was thinking, what the heck are you talking about? What do you want? I said, this is what I want.
Oh my God.
I gave my number. The kid called me and then it was sound me near a call me.
but I'm not sure if that is.
I gave them the phone number. I said,
You guys explain it.
Number.
My team knew it. You triggered that. Somebody may take over stuff.
I didn't get it very well. The moment I started talking, just time put it. Is it like it? Is it like this? I said, I don't know. It's up to you.
I could just tell them there was no concept of the person. That's it. I don't know what. I just told them only to try and get it over there.
Yeah. How will they contact us again?
You shared your cell phone number with the team.
The
requirement is too big for.
Think about your actual product owner from your side.
Telepathy.
The entire product.
Yeah, but
It's good. See, that also brings in prioritization.
we have some.
Some gave prototype itself.
5 more minutes.
Oh, we should have given some more light.
No, we
Yeah,
have
6 minutes.
I think we should go there once and
It should be the. You told them.
product owner normally go first call. And
Yes.
No, you made it so clear. They don't want to call you back.
understood your agreement.
इसको समझ में नहीं आया करना क्या है?
7 minutes. That was drawing it itself will take time.
If they are more agile, they might shout also.
Yeah, I'll stand there if I can hear them at least. They will start cursing the product owner. Right.
Hey, exchanging messages, all that allowed, right? As long as you don't show them what they need to draw. It's how you.
No, we can actually show our competitor is being similar like this, right?
You'll make a good
Who is it?
You're doing coaching with
On the backside of your
One second, on the left side, you have a green right angle triangle.
You have done, na?
On the top,
Product owner.
green
Product owner.
right angle triangle is on the top.
You cannot come here.
The right angle is towards the diagram. Both
Yes, yes, yes. Hello?
Correct. Yes. So when they go join, I was thinking of an hour. This is exactly how you
Let me ask you. Is it the base of the outline? Right? That is not our problem. Yeah, he is agreeing about it.
No, they understood. Okay, finally. You know, you have yeah. So it will be your team is that efficient. And every day he comes for our stand up, he clears the doubts and he goes. Yeah, limit to that. Okay. Time is also important. Definitely, every time, like, there's a 4.5 hour gap, but still he maintains. In our case, it was when he left our organization. What is it? Top portion. I was also interested in your question, please handle
Just get them back. Yeah, get them back.
Okay, Piyush, go get your teams back. Go get your teams back.
No,
That should be in
there's no correction.
red.
Okay, go get your teams back. Go get your teams back.
I don't
They won't call immediately.
No, you need to call back.
Yeah, let's force them to come in. Okay. Force them come.
Force them come.
You guys always go. They did it for you.
Oh, that's the efficiency. Or did you show the picture?
He was the ideal CEO. The real time.
And available. He was available.
That's good. Is that what you asked? More or less.
Wow, that's good. That's good.
We changed it, right? Yeah. Okay. That's why I wanted to tell you left or right. Okay. So that's like clear. Almost. I saw the diagram.
Okay, we made back. Settle. We made back.
Hey, number 3, settle down.
3, 4 you can stay somewhere together. Okay.
We have to stay together. Then
Pure wish.
People stay together or all the teams?
You will stay together. Okay. Anyway, they'll do another iteration.
Stay with the team. Stay together. Okay.
Then we Okay, all teams, please come back. Organize.
But there is another criteria in this one, something different, like what the product owners is. Everybody was excited because all except me.
That's fine. We will discuss that.
The questions will come here. Don't write it.
Okay, team starts. Fast. Guys, raise your hand. Raise our team.
Come here.
Okay, team one, quickly. Where's your product? Team one. What? Team one, your product, please. Team one, your product. Okay, please settle down.
Accepting this product.
enough is next.
Good. One team, please settle down. Product owners, please come here. Product owners, please come here. Team, please settle down.
Guys, sit down. Guys, settle down.
Sit down, please sit down.
Guys, sit down.
These kind of games.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Okay, guys. Team number one. Okay, team number two.
All right.
Okay, do you want to just talk about what did you achieve the MMS or MVP?
I mean, the MMS, yes, but the requirement for the first half is still not according to the specifications.
Okay. Team number three.
Yes.
We have to take them outside. Team number four. Good. Team number five.
There is some open issues are here.
Policy issues.
Okay. Team number six. Team six. Okay. Team number seven. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, so what we had to make actually was a banner for Scrum framework. Okay, and of course there was some code plating also.
Yeah, that is what we are doing.
This part is the so this would have been your MVP or MMM. All this is the coloring. So how many teams were close and how many teams were really close? At least one was really close.
We had only four.
Okay. Is it team 3?
That one, yeah. The triangles are the wrong way. The triangles are the wrong way. The triangles are the wrong way.
Yes.
Team 5, the high five.
Team 8.
Team 8. There's too much there.
Okay, wait.
You can't remove that bugger.
Now, take 2 minutes, go back to your team room, with your product owner, retrospect and see what you want to do.
You have to change the product.
Yeah, you might want to change the product. But you don't have an option to change the client, okay? Okay, guys, go back, take 2 minutes, and at the end of 2 minutes, Dios, please come back.
Only 2 minutes.
Dios, come back for the next iteration. The next iteration, no, only Dios come back. Second iteration. Dios, come back for the second iteration at the end of 2 minutes. Okay. Please be a
Four minutes. Three.
So I can explain you very well.
Yeah,
The last one was prototype.
Oh, is it trying to
That was awesome.
That is the truth of.
Yeah.
In fact, it was the perfect one was unbelievable.
Yeah, really unbelievable.
You will never be.
Either they've done some magic or
This topic of
it was something tragic. We'll have to start now, otherwise it's already late. We have one more iteration to go and then from finally to start.
I guess so. Let's go. You need some help?
No, I just asked him.
Oh, these days.
I should terminate it. Seriously, I'm free.
This is good. This is very good.
So, what they have
But
done.
the way these things are.
This is not sprint circle. So I thought they will move the sprint circle.
Okay.
But I didn't know that they are understanding the entire circle, the sprint. That means they are not visualize the scrum and the sprint circle. There, I also went from. They also went from.
That's a learning.
That's an option. That's a learning. And also, in 6 minutes of timeline, they gave me the first call around after 4 or 5 minutes.
You're lucky. I was making calls.
So if they would have called me little early, then this finishing
Now there will be a change.
Okay,
Now
that's
they are now then work on us in real time.
real-time things, yeah.
So now there will be a change here, huh? No, of course.
Suppose next
It should
requirement.
happen that way. All work on the same sprint backlog every sprint. So like every sprint
The last
backlog
minute
is-
change.
All are here?
Yes.
One, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 6, 6.
Still in the room.
7, 8. Where is 6? No, he's 8.
Yes,
Good. Okay, this time your product is, your sprint backlog is a little different. No, the theme is same. You're going to explain?
Just get it there.
The theme is same.
It will open in the
Arrow. You can use the arrow. The next thing is
Use
yeah.
So, no, this is fine, that's fine.
Oh.
It's still the same. It's still a flyer for Scrum. Still the Scrum framework itself. But some more details and some more things.
No picture can be shown.
Can you tell
And do the actual piece if you want to take a look at the sizing.
Can you tell them what needs to be written there?
As long as you don't show them this a photo of this, it's still fine.
Let's monitor the door also. I think.
Can we just come back?
Big change in this. There's a big change in this.
1, 2, 3, 4. Is this just a 4 question?
Is it vertical?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Very triangle.
Right angle triangle. Everyone has a fair idea?
Okay, can I go back?
Okay. So let's go back.
Okay.
So we have maybe
3 minutes. What's the duration?
Yeah. 6 minutes. 3 minutes planning, 6 minutes. Yeah. So they are making another one now, guys. Go.
So they've started making.
Yes.
Okay, cheating team.
Cheating. Not this one.
Then?
They are correcting the earlier one.
No, this is the size.
They're using that one.
Why?
No, the other one not required now.
No, not
The
required.
other one is not required now.
Not required.
It's a new requirement. You can have.
This is the full A4, is it?
I'll go.
Full length.
Yeah, guys, take your papers.
I think my team is
Okay.
Just still in case.
Hey, first you need to make sure the number 3. You need a retrospect. Okay. You can go now. 3 minutes. Already 1 minute over.
Guys, run shoes.
This is one.
We should have done it inside this room itself.
No.
Instead of walking around. Wouldn't have worked out? Okay, let's minimize that.
Where would we show the PO then?
That's it.
This actually took us.
This is most of the games that I did last time also. I did half a day. This is also a half day. You would ideally do 3 iterations or 4 iterations because 1 or 2 iterations is difficult to teach.
The view itself.
That is true. That is also, that's why if the team thinks that PO is an impediment, then change your PO. Change your PO. Your PO is an impediment. You are not the kind of train or something. Yeah, exactly. After that, Tuesday, from Tuesday to Friday. I appreciate you. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
You're done. So much required will come out. Hey, can I please open the picture?
That is what I mean. Where it is.
I hope so. But I think guys, this time you're not doing. I'm going to kick everybody else. I'll change the team. Instead of copying this, you could have given a presentation. I don't think I can show a decent game. Yeah, okay.
I don't know why you're saying. Where?
What the figure is
Can we see the picture?
That's the most critical piece of it.
Hello. Yes, there is one just correction. The diagram portion is not colored. The diagram portion is not colored. All surrounding is yellow. Not colored, it is white. Okay. And surrounding everything that yellow.
What is the minimum we have to purchase?
Yeah. So don't fill the whole thing yellow. The diagram portion is surrounding portion is yellow. And then 2 green horns at the and 2 blue horns at the bottom.
Actually, when I was
So 4 quarters, if you look at it, first quarter will be that green horn. Okay,
they can do
you
it.
make it into 4 portions. First quarter is green horn. That sprint figure, that scrum picture. Okay. The portion which is the background is everything remaining is yellow color. The 4th portion, that is the third quarter, is the daily stand-up. That one circle I said, right? No, but that is the 3rd portion. The diagram portion is not colored. The rest of the portion is colored in yellow. The last portion is the 4th portion, which is 2 blue horns. As I said, both the both the triangles are completely colored.
I wanted to be okay, we will get it. When I use Excel sheet. Right now, you just put it but as an Excel sheet, you can have any number. I create a column called attachment.
4 boxes goes to the, then you select the 3 boxes, then there is a topward right side arrow which goes to 1 to 4 weeks circle, semi-circle. On that semi-circle there is on top is yellow semi-circle with 1 distance.
And addition develops team, right?
And the final is the green color gift box. Yes.
And what date
Is the diagram done? If you are done with the diagram.
Yellow, green, and orange. 2 yellow, 1 green, 1 orange. Yes. Those are scramble boxes, but you arrange the 3 green boxes.
And we start developing the coding based on that.
In a cascading manner. In a cascading manner.
The below iteration you got those.
And then the iteration portion.
Stand up and that arrow, circle arrow.
Iteration.
And then PSI.
And the output is
PB, SB iteration and below iteration, you have that arrow, half circle, remember? For iteration. And below that, Below that, we actually have to make full circle and make it in the same standard.
On top of daily stand-up is written. Near the lower circle that you have right. And the circle has an arrow in clockwise direction. Where it is written, there are two circles. One circle at the top having an arrow and a clockwise. The below circle has an arrow. There are four boxes. And clockwise. What is the below circle? The circle. So I guess all the information is now complete. So what you have to do is that is in white only. You have to enter in yellow color. The picture is white. The orange circle also only. That is that where it is written 1 to 4 at the top. You have the second one is above the stand-up. Which is in white. Blue triangles and orange. Stand up is white and the above circle is white. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and equal to PS and is white. And the above circle there is nothing. Not a problem. What you just what is write the square and make it 4 equal parts. On the top of the circle, let's set up an entire thing again. For PB, here for items. For PB, right? For items. For PB, more. One green. One orange. Yeah. And that is equal to yellow. Then make it like this.
Where is our product owner? Yeah, here. I'm getting a call from message. No, this is me. Like this. Okay,
Piyush, again. Piyush, get your
team product.
Same,
right?
Plus, got the yellow.
Product owners, please come back. Your team members' notebook. Your team members' notebook. Product owner, is it okay?
It's better than last time. Something with feedback.
Product owners, please come back with your product.
Wow, that's wonderful.
That's amazing. Your team works.
Yeah. See, no, but it is waste, yeah. As per lean, it is waste.
The requirement said one.
Yeah.
You can do any number. At least one of them should be
correct.
Come on, guys.
Okay. Team number 1.
Team 1.
Hey. Good. Team number 3. You are 3. Team 3.
Yeah.
Team number 4.
Team number 4.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Very good. Team number 5. Team number 6.
Extra effort. Team number 7.
Yeah. Better than last time.
Nice. So, which is the best one again?
Everyone's a winner.
This is the actual one.
That's what you had to draw.
No, I guess
Okay, wait.
this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Wrong.
No, hold on. It's not as much as how compliant your end product is. It's which team can claim that they've learned the maximum.
Who was the one that did terrible? The first one? Yeah, that one.
One second. Okay. Yeah, so when last time it was directions, we gave it, but then the triangles were very confusing. And one side it was on the long range, and one side it was on the base to top. Right? This is one of the biggest things. And the one more bigger thing which I need to complete is let's say people do, right? Like 20% of the time and 20%. So we actually didn't follow that. So we were looking at the structure. This time what we did, we changed the plan a bit, and what we said, let's look at the colors first, and also we make a circle and give some kind of information which we actually need. Forget the decoration, but let's look at the information which is to be conveyed. So probably we got the information close to directions. So
what was your previous learning or outcome from your exercise?
The learning is we must prioritize things which we want to do. And you should understand again the 80-20 rule, right? So spend 20% of your time to deliver 80% of the value. So if you do that, at least you're close to, if you fail even rest 80% of your time, that's still okay because 80% of your work is
good. Good lesson.
Anyone else from team 1 wants to add something?
Compared to the first time, second time requirement is more.
Clarity on the requirements.
Team 2?
So the learning is we have done inspection and adaptation. So wherever we fail the first time, we try to fix those issues first. So the requirements also, the way I had explained it to them, I had refined, and the way they picked up the requirements also I had refined. And second thing, as he said, the requirements were taken like which one is the priority, which one is the second priority. So we went according to the priority, and not one, but they could deliver 3.
Any of your teams want any team members from
Here we adopted systematic way wherein each team member, even Scrum Master role, it was not told exactly. So Scrum Master also started doing the revisions. I am doing not waste our time. So that's why we could able to produce 3 products.
Yeah, you
No, we need to introspect.
So, no, I'll explain you. The thing is only that for a product owner and the team, both are intelligent. Explain them in one go, they understand in one day, exactly the same order. No more need to feel it. Not even taken the picture of and I have not even passed them anything.
This disclaimer itself means that there is something exciting.
Okay, that's fine. Team members.
Okay, the first scenario, I read this one. In the first case, I just explained them exactly the drawing that it was. So I explained in another manner. As you see, this is wrong. This portion. And explain them to make it in a Christmas tree format. Cut it and then again another Christmas tree format. But they did it like this one. This was the only wrong thing. Rest other thing like funnel, these dies and everything that they did very well. Explain them first side. This should be in a triangle shape in this manner. Make it half. Color it well. Another one, they did it wrong, no problem. 90% it is okay. It can be a MVP.
You can't fix that problem then.
It is product.
Broken forever.
Yes, I explained that there is a man on the funnel who is delivering you something. There are guys who are making a product, the box is there. It has to go around and get into the funnel, and there are 2 circles which are there here. And then just color them, whatever. That's it. Explain this thing, MVP kind of a stuff. Okay.
In the second case, this is, although it is again 90% because the colors are right. So this is another communication. Otherwise, they did something like I gave them like 4 boxes has to be there. You pick 3 boxes in a cascading manner, and then make 2 circles. One with the 1 to 4 week. Another is 1 month. I'm sorry, 1 day. It should be 1 day, but it is 1 month. But then the project is out in a 1 month now. 1 day, not 1 day, 1 month. Then I told them like TP equal SP and iteration, and it comes to PSI, and then it's done. That's it.
Good.
What I have found that is more than a words of mouth, right? What he tried is to make more visual communication. That was the key point of us to understand.
So exactly what I did is
Now the truth is coming out.
So what I say is the whole thing, what I understood, like if the product owner exactly knows what he wants to create and he explains it better to his team, then they'll deliver you the best result. I think that's the message from our exactly.
Yeah, I think a lot of the business related. 3 minutes of explaining is not sufficient. I think business needs to retrospect on that. No, I think the first sprint, I think we had a problem with me. I gave them the wrong requirements.
Thank you.
And so second time around, as a PO, I tried to make sure that I got the colors correct at least. But that impacted the rest of the functionality. So, but the point is we got something out. And is it good enough? Well, not for us. Good? You have to make that's fine. You go
Anyone from the team wants to add something?
Yeah. Yes, the product owner, how he explained the requirement, that is very important. One thing I just want to tell is like they tell that all the corners, this one is all the 4 corners should be sharp edge. There is one thing wherein you need to tell isosceles triangle, all those things you can just how we deliver the requirements to the team, because much we confuse this base should be same side and equilateral triangle or those things got confused.
Even in the phone all the time, no, it's not a right angle triangle.
Yeah, that
I can probably use that for the next time question.
Actually, you can do reverse engineering and give this.
We'll come back with this.
So this is what my team has done. So this is really good. And from the first sprint, my team learned like that of the moment I took this requirement to them, they asked me what is the minimum thing we need to do. It is really a good point from them. And I explained that. And as the lessons learned, they gave a call within 2 minutes of time, doing a very rough hand sketch and sharing that with WhatsApp and saying that give us the immediate feedback, what we are missing in the MMF part. So this is what has come out. So team has inspected and learned very quickly. They have responded very fast, and I'm really happy with this.
Good.
I think in the first sprint, when we were discussing the requirement, we were not taking notes. Second time, when the PO was talking, we started doing some spike activity like the rough sketch and then build up from there. So that did give us some context to build up fast.
The interesting thing that I got was as soon as you call something a game, it becomes a competition. But you never said it was a competition. Right. So we started trying to collaborate with the other teams but the other teams were a bit weaker, so it was a challenge. we were giving more than we were getting back, but I think it was, we could have combined our efforts and made one, gold-plated version between all the teams, and we'd have still hit the agenda, because now we've got 8 things. You only need one, right, to go live with.
Something like that.
Okay, yeah. But you didn't learn, because you didn't do that this time. You could have.
So in first sprint, the priorities were not very clear, so they focused more on the other things that are not important. And in the second sprint, we made it very clear what are the high priority items. So the team got engaged with the product to understand the high level requirements in detail. And the overall requirement, they got the high level overview, and later they got some clarification provided. And I think finally they have delivered everything.
Yeah. What we learned from this is, one is prioritization, and second thing, we were in the first sprint we didn't make any notes, as I said, and the second one we were making notes, and third one is the major thing, we learned how to use the retrospective. Or whatever the things learnings we implemented here in the second film. That's why we just come up with that list.
And also I think a lot of multitasking happened, and also one of our team members removed the sketch completely to pass so that he's removed it completely and took out the ink and started doing it. So that part is also process.
Interesting.
My team also. So basically, the orientation of the diagram went wrong, but basically whatever was the information required is there. So
this is the last time.
It became, I think the confusion was caused because the reference was taken at the same the external factors changing. So that is the product owner not explaining the change in the requirement. So but the team quickly understood, from the first part where the coloring and everything had gone. The team quickly, asked for the points. Okay, so center is the diagram. So what else is there? That kind of questioning the product owner to find out more about what is required was found in the second iteration. So that was one good thing that I observed.
One very important thing that I want to attribute to this product owner, and which most others have not been very, capable. I mean, if I can use that word, the most complex part of the diagram he could explain in a very, very simple way. You have to draw 2 horns, horns, right, on both the sides, and that was simple enough for us to understand and implement. So if you see, that part is perfectly as it is here.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
If it just does that, it's just to make 4 horns on both the sides. It takes 15 seconds, 30 seconds.
It depends on what shape of a horn you.
Which one is exactly copied from the previous diagram?
No, I'm not commenting on that.
This is the manager. This is why Agile fails.
This was reused.
So no manager.
I don't know how many of you remember from our previous sprint what we did, because we just had a skeleton and nothing but it was just a code table. So if you look at it, I think this time they've improved much better. Last time I think we had a problem with saying what we inverted V, arrow mark, all this. So I think they clearly asked the question, is it a V? When I said V, whether it is the inverted V or the regular V. I said, okay, on the top it is the regular V, on the below it is the inverted. And they said which color they were. So they were very open in asking questions, what questions they want, and I was able to do that. And one thing, when I said about the Scrum process in between, even we both were in sync, because looking at our previous sprint, we know that there will be something in the center which is similar to a Scrum process. So that they were able to do. And last time, while as a product owner, while I was explaining to them, I was just thinking, looking back and imagining some things, and I was explaining.
This time I had a photo of it and I was looking for photo to explain to them, but not showing it. So they were, I think, very close compared to what we did.
Guys, now.
So I think one thing was that the product owner was very specific this time. Previously he was little confused that which arrow where. And second, one important thing was that when he was explaining the requirement in the first sprint, only one team person was responsible to listen and gather the requirements. This time we made sure that everyone was aware that what we have to do, and then we were proceeding in it.
Yeah, the photo one.
I don't see, but no, but I missed that.
Yeah.
Honest.
Yeah.
On. Backside in the reflection in the glass.
Okay, just a moment. There are some anxieties happened for POs. Can someone explain that? What are they?
For the first sprint, I was just waiting for the team to call me. I was there. What are they doing? I was not aware of. And I was just waiting. Okay, I wanted to hear from them if they have any question. I was literally begging. Okay, please. So second time, since we already had that rapport, second time even though they didn't call, I had to relate. Okay, what is going on?
I hadn't given my phone number the first.
Yeah.
So I got the privilege of going back and giving them the phone number and coming back. So the requirements were so clear that they had to contact me until and
Okay. See, this is what happens when team does not communicate what they do to the product. They will not be able to understand what you are doing because they are away from you. So the open communication helps reducing the anxiety for POs and reducing the errors that you make accidentally or incidentally. Right?
That kind of also adds a factor of trust. The more you go back to the PO and the PO sees something, right, in black and white, or maybe sees a demo. You might also want to do an sprint demo. Probably after your stand up, just ask the PO to stay back for 5 minutes and tell you what you did. The kind of rapport that gets built, the kind of trust that gets established at that time is really, really good. And that will take the team to a very long distance. So until now, we've always seen this side of it, when we were the development teams working with them. At least now some of us got to see the other side of that, how POs done. Though our POs might not have expressed it, but at least some of us got a feel. So you might want to go back, take this experience to your actual work and see.
And this is not just only with POs and team. It is even within the team, like testing member. If you don't communicate what is coming to the team or the members, even they will be feeling anxious to understand what you are doing, when it will be coming, how they are going to finish it. So keep an open communication with everyone at every time. Okay, that helps you to deliver faster and successful.
You guys try something.
Lost this class. That's okay.
Not at all.
Hey guys, next speaker is Atrish from Brilliant. Introduce himself.
Hi, good afternoon. I know it was a long session after lunch, and after I came,
to again capture the attention of the audience and to start again is difficult, but I'll try. So we have been discussing about distributed agile, and my friend John took us through the most famous and important factor in distributed agile: culture, people makes the teams, and that is what makes success. So here I'm taking the story a little further, looking at a few other aspects which also help as Indian IT teams or Indian IT service organizations. Some other factors that also help us in becoming successful distributed teams. So I work with Brilio. So Brilio is a new know-how company. We call ourselves One Digital being agile. So we have a lot of focus on agile, and we are 20,000, 2,000 plus people growing fast, and we have offices in the US, UK, Europe, and India. So it is in the ratio of 60% in India, 30% in UK, Europe, and the rest in the US. So that's about Brilio. So my pitch here is that Scrum or no Scrum, distributed development is not new for our Indian IT services company. So even as back as 80s or 90s, so we had the production offshoring happening in India. A lot of organizations for car manufacturing, electronic component manufacturing. A lot of offshoring did happen in India, and we were working with multiple teams and doing that. And later, 90 onwards, 1990s and all that, low-end IT services, and we all remember, right? The boom which happened was mainly the Y2K. Lot of work came to India. So we started working with multiple teams and helping many organizations address the Y2K problem. So my pitch is that it is not new for us. So what we have now come to is high-end services like AK-enabled services, BPO, product development, all of such kind of work also is being offshore. So now we are working with multiple cultures, multiple teams, multiple time zones. So how do we address all that? So basically, while all this offshoring was happening in India, we developed a global delivery model, which was the traditional way of working, where it was more command control, where you had at the client or the client side, you used to have a client manager, a big team. Most of the high-end work like architecture and analysis, design used to happen that side, and only basically development, testing kind of work used to come over with the offshore teams. Right? That's how it was. But now with the advent of agile practices, 2000, the agile manifesto and all that, so we see that we are adopting to the agile world, and at the same time, when you look at this is from the version 1 survey, I did the version 1 survey. So about 76% of the respondents in the 2000, when the survey report was released in 2014, but the survey happened in 2013, end of 2013. 3,000 organizations participated in the survey, which was conducted by Ocean One. What came out was that when in the year 2012, about 35% of respondents come back that they are using distributed agile for their own. But in 2013, it has almost doubled. So what does that show? It shows distributed teams, multiple geographies, multiple locations, and that kind of work has become a reality. So we have to now move towards that. And how do we adapt ourselves? So now this has become more like the common story we have heard about from our childhood. This comes from Jain origins. So basically, I don't remember who, but so Mahavir or someone told this story about six. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The origin is from Jain, then Buddhism, then many of the Vedanta stories. Then there is a poem, even a European poem, has taken this theme and has written a poem. That's right. It's shown there. The person, poet's name is John Gottfried. So this is widely popular. So what happens here? So 6 blind men and elephant. Everybody? What does this team tell about? What this story talk about? Yeah, so we saw a live example a few minutes back, right, in our slides. So what happens is, so when I mean here you have 6 blind people trying to feel the elephant and feel the elephant and understand what it is, and then translate it. So what would happen if you are looking at the person who is holding the trunk, who feel it like it is more like a snake, the one who is touching the dusk, he just based on his experience, okay, subjective experience. So when each one takes his subjective experience, whatever he understands from his reference point, and finally if that is put together, that's what we get. See, that's how when distributed teams are working, and if each of the team works independently, not actually interacting, so an elephant becomes like that. So, I mean, we saw that, right? So that's what it meant. So how do we overcome this? So that's what it is. So we saw if the teams are isolated, the top line, the distributed teams working as separate units. They're not interacting with each other. They get what they need to do and just come out with their subjective understanding of what is required. If that happens, we saw what happens, right? The six blind men and elephant. That is going to be the output. But then, as distributed development and scaling of Agile, now we use Scrum or Scrums. So where from each team there is a part of the Scrum member, like you have the Scrums talking to each other, understanding on a continuous basis of what each other team is doing, the obstacles and overcoming them. That is the next stage where you have Scrum or Scrums. So, but is that enough? So if you really look at Scrum, he's just having Scrum or Scrum. It's not, right? So there has to be more interactions with the team. Just having a Scrum or Scrum doesn't solve the purpose of distribution. So there has to be more integration brought into the teams. So how do we achieve it? So what is the result? So now what we have is, if we have teams separately, each one doing their way, we have a bowl of fruits. So we have to look at how do we make that into a tasty salad. So how do we mix them, the culture as we discussed in the morning, and how do we make it into a tasty salad? So how do we do that? What are the various aspects? So based on our learnings as a company and working with organizations, how to build integrated fruits, make salad from fruits. So these are, we talk about these in the DevOps scenario also. Talk about, there are 4 transformations which bring about integrated things. One is the culture angle, which we described it then in the morning. So working as a unified culture. Yes, other aspect is automation. Culture, automation, measurement, sharing, communication. So those are the 4 aspects in which distributed teams have to transform themselves to bring integration and better.
Should we talk about automation as technology automation?
So we'll come to that. Tools and technology. So culture, we saw the culture aspect in the morning. So here I take an analogy and an example to just say how, So when in colony of penguins, okay, when one penguin falls sick, what do the other penguins do? So in a colony of penguins, one penguin falls sick. What do the other penguins do? Care for it. Care for it. They don't care for it. Because the penguins, the peck on the sick penguin and kill it for the benefit of the other penguins, so that the other penguins don't get infected or things like that. But what do elephants do? So if one elephant falls sick in a herd of elephants, the elephants show a lot of care. They try to take the elephant along with them, or if they can't, and if the elephant is dying, the complete herd doesn't go away. They they just stay there even if it is dying. They don't know it. So what is culture? That's what. I'm just taking an analogy. So it might be, yeah. So both might be good or bad. That's not the here. So just wanted to mention that from penguin culture, which is a limited kind of culture, so we have to move towards elephant culture. Okay, where supportive, each other. When morning somebody, I think was it Avinash, was talking about supporting teams and business environment. What actually we can move towards that culture? Business environment. Yeah, totally. As a team, see, we have to move towards that. But definitely move away from the penguin culture. That's I totally. Maybe not totally as an elephant culture, but definitely move away from the penguin culture of pulling down people, not working as a team. Those have to be. How do we achieve that? In our experience, I'll take two ways in which, with an example. For example, intra-team. Okay, so in our teams, what we have is we have it's a multifunctional team. We have architects. Okay? So as an experiment, we have architects who provide the whole architecture and the approach for development to the team. And the team develops based on the architectural approach given by the architect and development. So what sometimes we have observed is, at least in the Indian context, the technical architects themselves wouldn't directly come hands-on to the code and build the whole framework and give it to the team. They say that we are architects, we give approach. Okay, that kind of approach. Many a time the team, as we also saw in the morning, if the teams are mature, if they have a lot of experience, that doesn't become a limitation. But in teams where, in Indian services industry, we have the pyramid, and many of the Indian companies also measure the managers' performance based on the rookie ratio. How many newbies can be taken into the team? So that 70% rookie ratio. Such situations. Okay, so if the technical architect separates himself and says that no, I'm not directly getting to the stage of doing coding, but I'll give an approach. So we had a lot of such intra-team conflicts. Okay, but so that is where an agile coach becomes important. So talking to the architect and making him understand why there is a need for the architect to take the lead and really show the team culture and help the teams to deliver made a lot of difference in the teams. Yeah. So that it's a team operational level agreements. Okay. So I'm talking about the intra-team right now. So those kind of conflicts and forming a cohesive team is what helps further our and then effective reflection, retrospectives. We saw all that. Ongoing learning, training, sharing knowledge, hackathons, all those for interactive development. And interactive, in many of our Indian services organizations, when we work with customers, we find that there are multiple vendors. The scenario is now, multiple vendors have become common. So when you have, team A from one vendor, team B from another vendor. So we don't find that kinds of common goal and common approach. So there is always a competition. So how do we avoid that? So we are facing some situation like that, which I will go into a little depth a little later. So if there is a good communication with the other vendor A and vendor B, and there is rotation for some time for the kind of work between the teams, so that helps a lot in building, breaking the bridges and so multiple vendor teams, overlap of forecasts, working relationships, rotation of team members, all this help in building those culture. So I'll go a little quicker here because we have covered that in the morning. Then comes the culture part is very well understood. So next comes automation. So everyone has heard about Sakichi Toyota, right? Toyota. So what did he do?
Toyota was spinning wheels. He automated the spinning wheels.
Yeah, so that is one, and really one thing that was actually even in the textile industry during 19th century, 67, 1930. So basically, the problem was when the power looms were running. So if there were when the power looms were running, if there was any uh, defective piece of cloth, so that is if one line goes wrong, has not desired, or if there is a defect, and if the loom continues to run, there used to be a lot of wastage. So basically, what used to be done was, so there used to be a manual person who inspects, the bale that is going in the thing. And if there is a defective this thing, they used to pull a string which used to stop the machine. Okay. So that was, I mean, if the person, I mean, manual, any kind of manual work or manual intervention is always prone to I mean, mistakes, right? So sometimes if the person misses out to pull the string and stop the machine, so it used to lead to a lot of waste. So, so Toyota actually found out an automated way of stopping the machine whenever there is a defect using a camera and a sensor. Okay, so that helped reduce a lot of waste. Okay, so the same thing applied to our software development is the tool automation or continuous integration. So one side is our culture, is our management, is our the teams working together and all that. The other side is the technical excellence part. Looking at the so uh, when the teams develop something, running unit test automation, then build running automated smoke tests and integration tests, and continuous deployment. Now even when we can using Chef and other tools, we can even automate deployment. Even deployment has become that code. So automation also has a major factor in bringing teams together and ensuring that the work goes seamlessly. So second part being automation. The third one, I'm just taking one example of measurement. Then most of you would be familiar with lightning bolt, that is signboard. So what is very special or unique about process printer? And he has broken his record, his own record many times. He was the fastest 100-meter sprinter. And how did he do that? How did he achieve that? How could he continuously improve? So what he used to do was he also used to look at what he really understood is while he's sprinting the 100-meter run. So he used to even measure the angle at the posture at which he runs and look at what posture gives him the maximum speed. Okay, so he just measured that some 100. I'm not giving you the exact number, but some 100 and if he runs with a speed of 105 degrees. So he could run the best. So he kept on improving. He kept measuring, he kept on improving. So that is where he could, continuously improve. So that is the thing. So measurements is also important for teams to continuously evaluate themselves. So some of the common metrics that we use in distributed like team velocity, burn down, burn out, cycle time and lead time. So many of us discussed that in the impediment age. Some of us when Scrum of Scrum keep track of the impediments and see that they are covered faster. So all of these measurements which we use also help us in government measurements. And then last but not the least, communication is key for
distributed teams to integrate and deliver quality products. Right? And we discussed that in the morning. So John very well put that. So we have, if we look at the communication spectrum, so the email and PPs and all that, they are asynchronous communication. All included. So if we look at richer communication, face to face is the best kind of communication, which we all know. But next to that is using virtual environments. Like now we have video conference, we have teleconference. So using those high technology products, so it makes multiple teams work together well. Here is an example of 3 or 4 teams. We have an India team, we have a team in the UK, and a team in Poland. And John was pointing to me that there has to be interactive lines between each of them. So that being listed out. So here, as I was mentioning, so this is a vendor in India, and we have another vendor in Poland. Okay? So the customer is in the UK, okay? And we have situations.
Is that what happens when your time's up?
So, on the next slide. So this is the scenario that I was talking about when we have multiple vendors. So we have, India team, is our team, and there's another vendor in Poland. So many a time what happens is both the teams work on a common repository or a common code. But when so when it comes to the end of sprint, there is dependency of this team on that team's commit or commit to the thing. So there was a lot of conflicts between these two teams as to it was team A's responsibility, so not committed rightly. So that broke the build. So on the 10th day of the sprint, so we cannot test the environment. The test environment is down because this team B checked in something and the whole thing. That kind of competition was there between teams. So one thing that has helped us is having it, even though it is from a different vendor team, to interact with the team, try to have closer communications with the team. So if there are any dependencies, have a discussion, provide those dependencies to the other vendor, and also have some kind of rotation among the teams. Okay. So in the presentations and all that has this lot in working as with those teams in a multi-vendor scenario. And as I was mentioning, we as a company have invested with our customer and with a video conferencing thing with HD TVs, Skype, WebEx, high quality conference phone, all that, which has helped to a large extent. The teams feel as though they are sitting next to each other in these video conferences, and that has built close interactions and communications. So just summarizing in the interest of time. So working as distributed teams is not new to Indian IT industry. We have been doing that for decades. So now the only change is that in an agile world, we have to deliver faster. Quicker cycles and quicker deliveries is what is changed. Otherwise, the common aspects of culture, automation, measurement, and communication, working on those areas and building a cohesive culture is what helps in scaling up as for this. So that's my presentation. So thank you, and this is my email address and please an email address. And the same thing has been elaborated in an article, member article, which was published in Scrum Alliance. So that is, it's enabled. Yeah. So, thank you. Any questions?
one of the questions that I have found is about 958, and we have got two different vendors, which are in two different countries. That's going to be huge, right? Exactly. How do you find out between the vendors? They're supposed to work together.
Great display.
Many times, does not take up the responsibility. So basically, where it helps is to work with the customer. You know the truth.
I'm not heavily involved. I think it's possible.
But it's always in a positive mode. I rarely do. Truthfully speaking.
Yeah, but if it is of multiple vendors, right, and integrating those vendors is the responsibility.
If I can do more.
Many times if you do that way, it's kind of unhealthy competition. So if you work the other way, work with the teams, through the customer or the client, have that kind of relation. So that creates a lot of bond, things which help the teams.
Well,
That's what we have found in our
this is what exactly is practice, but not in Agile, but what in development, and testing, we expect them to fight, but at the end of the day, we get into trouble.
Yeah, but if, I mean, that might work in that scenario where testing is given to one vendor and development to another. But if development two vendors are developing on a common goal, then it becomes very important that both the teams work together in order to develop it. And so in our scenario, it is development. Both the teams are responsible together. And at the, as a in the product, what each of the team develop has to integrate with work. So that is where a lot of interactions.
I often find that the easy option is to give tests to one vendor, development to other. But to scale Scrum successfully, you have to really go for vertical slices because it's not sustainable to do what you suggested. You lose the collaboration straight away for a start. That's a whole different challenge and conversation to what I talked about before.
Many of the time there is an unhealthy competition, and we can benefit out of it. Because the testers trying to get as much as defect they can, and the development trying to fix it as fast as they can, so they let them fight. There's a client.
I think it works to a certain level, but not. You wouldn't create a high-performing team of just developers and just testers.
Well, I don't need them. At the end of the day, they're for a certain task. As long as they do it, then it is.
But you're not doing Scrum at that point, are you? You're not doing Agile because you haven't got one team doing everything.
Yeah, so when you work on a waterfall model, that works.
Oh yeah, maybe in waterfall it doesn't.
I think more of the kind of situation as you were saying that separate team does that was more traditional. So Agile teams, it's common that the same teams develop.
Most of the service companies follow this appraisal process.
Sorry?
So related to that, now we are talking about moving from your timeline work to how big that is a challenge in changing the culture, and how do you think you can address that?
See, one thing, when we're talking about the bell curve. The bell curve is about competence, the technical competence. What we're talking is about attitude. They're two different things, right? So with right attitude, see, when organizations have.
Oh, the bell, yeah, bell curve.
What I believe is people look at
more
than the scope. Right?
Yeah, I know.
You have a good attitude. Anyone having a good attitude can learn any technology and excel for a period of time. If attitude is wrong, then nothing can work. Right? So similar manner, what I meant by penguin culture is support each other than pecking and pulling legs or showing somebody down in a meeting. That doesn't help. Even if a person highly skilled is doing that, would you think it would lead to
Pulling down, but it's always more of a
marketing yourself. And that's what
Yeah, so I'll take that one. I'll take that one. When somebody's marketing yourself, then again we have to go back to the penguin culture and keep pecking him, right? Because he's finding he's the weed in our cultivation, right? It's not the culture that Agile teams will thrive in. It is a challenge. Then you have to let the teams figure it out. Then you have to let a coach help the teams figure it out themselves.
And as the company using multiple vendors, you've got to encourage the right behaviour, right? So you're not encouraging who's delivering the highest velocity. You're encouraging who's helping who the most. And
right, but when it's a team, if the team markets themselves, then it's fine. I think it's agreeable to an extent. But if there's a single guy in the team marketing himself, could be a scrum master, then it's time to look for a change. I think the penguin approach works there more than the elephant approach. Right.
For short term.
Had a PPT which says who is the good team player. Abjit has coined one formula. A good team player equals his identity less than team's identity.
We had that today morning, right? I think it was in your slide. It was such a beautiful statement. I still love it. I don't remember who was the guy.
Abjit.
John's presentation.
Oh, yeah.
There was a guy with a black background.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't remember what it is. You'd have to have a look.
I'm going to use that.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
To answer specifically to your question, I mean, many of the organizations are moving away from the bell curve right now. Yes. So there are many organizations.
A player who makes the team great is more valuable than a great player. That's the powerful word.
From Agile point of view,
no, it's in any point of view.
Yeah. I think the guy's a basketball coach or something like that. No, I think it's baseball.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what's in shape. Yeah. Very good.
Guys, we have open house right now, which means anybody wants to share anything, it's the time after we answer the questions that we have in the parking lot. Right? Some of them may be directed to the speakers themselves, so why don't the speakers come in and see what they can do about those questions. I think we should have it on the list. All right, do it right now. Okay, we'll take one by one. Okay? I'll go. First one. Question to Avinash. What is the ideal team size for Scrum/Scrum Ban? Rather than Avinash answering it, I think someone else can do a pretty good job here. What is the ideal team size of Scrum?
Between 3 and 9.
I will provide
6 plus minus 3.
10 to 12 max.
10 to 12? How many of us agree with 10 to 12? Alright. How many of us agree with 3 to 9? As long as the team is matured, it's fine. Okay, as long as the team is matured, how about 100? Right. Okay. It is 3 to 9, right? Which is optimal.
5
to 9? Okay, 7 plus minus 2.
I think it's 7 plus 1.
What about Scrum Ban, Avinash? What's the team size of Scrum Ban?
So Scrum Ban, I think, is limited more by the nature of work, or it's dictated more by your nature of work. If you are doing product development where you need a relatively higher number of interactions between the people, you approach the same limit that Scrum has, right? Maybe a little larger, but pretty much the same. If you're doing, let's say, production support, the team can be substantially larger. You can easily have 16 to 20, and that'd be fine because the swim lanes don't interact as much in production support. Otherwise, I think the number between Scrum and Scrum Ban for product development would be very close. So I wouldn't go ahead and 10 or 12.
Okay, next one. If a team is geographically split, can pair programming be done across different region/location?
We discussed this one in our what I called the closed space, because it was in the corridor, right? Not very open. So I call it closed space. And I said, well, give it a try. Experiment with your team. And I always encourage my teams to take risks and think about, well, if I take this risk, what's the worst that could possibly happen, right? What could you lose by trying it? But what could you gain if it worked? And imagine the relationship you'll build with your mucker in the UK or the US. So I would just say try it, please. I've seen it work, and I've seen it work not so well. So I think try it. Please tweet me and let me know how you get on. I'll send you an email.
So the answer is yes. Can programming be done for geographical teams? Yes.
Use link, use your WebEx, your screenshot.
Again, for Avinash, did Scrumban affect innovation or quality because of pressure to finish fast?
So I want to share for a couple of minutes, if you guys will indulge me, a frame that I find very, very useful. Okay. So I got off a high-speed train in Shinjuku in Tokyo, and I see two guys run up with calipers and a measuring rod. Okay. And they run up to the train, and they are measuring the distance between the line on the platform and where the door of the train is. Okay. And for a train that goes at 180 miles an hour, they want the distance between the door and the marking on the platform to be less than 6 millimeters. Right? And so I asked my interpreter, I said, okay, so what are these guys doing? Because it doesn't stop for very long. They came in and they quickly do that. He said, they're measuring the distance. And there are just two countries in the world where they even bother measuring that. Okay, Japan and Germany. And he says that the way they do it is actually very, very different. In Germany, the train driver doesn't go to college. He goes into an internship out of high school. He spends 4 years studying about, I don't know what he studies. He knows a great deal about the trains, the models and everything. And then he's an apprentice train driver. And after a while, he becomes a train driver. And he can bring in a train at 200 miles an hour and target just about that. In Japan, they put a beacon on the platform and they put a radar on the train. Right? And when the train approaches, there's a light that comes up in the cabin. And the driver knows that when the light comes up, he presses that button. Okay. So it's one outcome, but it's achieved very differently. Okay. And to me, a lot of the questions that we've seen here and a lot of the discussions we had in the corridor reflect these two alternative approaches, right, to achieving one outcome. And a lot of questions that we talk about, I see a couple of questions out there that talk about, velocity, how do I measure this? Almost give me a red button to press, right? That when I come to the platform, then you press the button and it stops right there. And that's what a lot of customers seem to be expecting. I'll share my bias. Okay, I'll share my bias and my frame. And again with a story. As you can imagine, my team is sick of my stories. But so I was hosting the Olympus corporate strategy manager, and he wanted to dial a number in Japan, in Electronic City, from my previous employer. So I go to the reception and I give that number and say, call this number in Japan. And the receptionist, she doesn't know what the Japan country code is, and there's a 0, and she tries putting 0 in, and it doesn't go through. And this gentleman turns to me and says, Avinash, this is the future of your country. Is this guy a Japanese supremacist? I mean, or he's just being rude. But he says, this is the same thing that happened to Japan in the 50s and the 60s. The economy grew so quickly that it very, very quickly pulled people to a level way above their level of competence or incompetence. People were doing jobs that were 1 or 2 levels above what they would do in an economy where there was no time to train people for the particular job, right? That the receptionist would go to a school where she'd be taught, she'd have to pass an exam with country codes, for example. But so he says the way Japan solved that problem was by building all the intelligence into the system. And he says, so if you go to a Japanese company, there'll be a world map. You scroll, click Japan, it enters the country code. Okay, so the amount of skill that it takes to park a train correctly is very different if you build the intelligence into the system. And so a lot of the questions we're talking about here, uh, sometimes we talk about culture. Do we spend a lot of time investing, building, etc. On the other side, we have this view of Agile, and I think Scrum Bangalore is a great place to talk about this, right? Is that the customers already decided on a budget, they decided on a schedule, ramp up 200 people in 3 months, and I want this project delivered in 9 months. That's a very different culture, a very different outcome in a services company than if you're looking at somebody doing an Agile transformation. And both these are happening in India, in Bangalore, as we speak. And I just wanted to share that as a frame, right? So this question about innovation started me off on this end, is really to do with what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to accomplish innovation? Is that the outcome you want? Or do you have a project and you need to execute that project in an iterative manner as quickly, as efficiently as possible, right? So I just wanted to leave that out there, saying you can't have everything. The culture that the Japanese model builds is very different from the culture that the German model builds. And we need to keep that in mind. It's much harder to get serious but at the same time you can scale that.
Could be the combination of the day work and the innovation which is coming based on what which will be doing. So product improvement ideas or whatever you will be doing.
So what is innovation, right? I mean, if there are people doing technical jobs, it's more likely to be technical innovation there. It's very unlikely to get product innovation out of, if you look at our communities of practice in India, we tend to be technically oriented. We identify ourselves as Java developers rather than a banking domain developers, the old chestnut. So our innovations will tend to be Java innovations or technical innovations rather than something for the banking or that industry. It's changing, but it's still what it is.
Coming back to the question, I drifted and I completely lost the point. The question was, do we lose quality because you have a board where it says this task has been moved and the person will feel, why is my task still there? I have to work faster, thereby reducing the quality. So in a crux, could you relate your entire story to, because I think I lost context.
Please. I just say that I think you get a big mix up between Kanban and Scrumban. So the main benefit that I see always in Scrumban is there should still be a definition of done, and that's your measure of quality. So the quality shouldn't slip because you're always enforcing the definition of done as a Scrum Master or a
Also, when you move from one stage to another, if the quality fails, it's going to come to the earlier stage. Again, you are going to work on it. Rather, you finish, take your time, finish it, and set.
And in fact, I find that the definition of done is better enforced in Scrumban because you haven't got that pressure on the final day to make sure everything's kind of past that definition because you're doing it much more gradually, knowing your curve where everything is like.
Yes.
All right.
The risk of everything integrating at once and then something failing is like
on Scrum, but prescribed thing to reduce the burnout of the team or control attrition. They said that after your practice come on for certain number of iteration, give some time for an hackathon or something like that. Is that what we follow? I mean, from the service industry standpoint, because there are a lot of is it being followed, or it's just theoretical thing that sets up in the
you mentioned something break almost between.
But with the current model, as you said, you have certain time and the agile team is working and then you have a delivery to be made. But because I have that problem in my organization because the attrition is very fast, and we've been practicing for the last 1.5 years now, doing monthly cycle releases. So trying to figure out a way where you can sort out.
So I think this is good practice, but I don't know how much it's implemented because in reality, what seems to be happening is that we accept without question a certain level of attrition because we see that as natural, and we say, what, it's the nature of the game. Yeah. If we took that more seriously, we would start thinking about what we're doing in order to make sure this doesn't happen. And I don't see that as much. Because even like a normal, sorry.
What we did is not hackathon. Rather, we keep planning or requirement understanding phase, where it is a little bit lenient period, but there is a delivery that you need to understand. You need to come up with a particular set of things like estimation or things like that. This period, team takes leaves, teams revamp, recharge their batteries. This is during the start. That helps, like if you give a week like that, you get both team stays and cool. At the same time, you get your estimate of ballpark estimates.
I think there's a culture shift that still needs to happen in India. It's happened more in the Western world where there's that kind of nurturing of individuals and kind of that retention, whereas, like you said, it's a different model still over India. But I think that will change over time. You'll get that culture change, which will see you in a much better position to inspire education.
Not to attack a good friend, but if you heard what he said that people take leave in that period, right? So in the UK, for example, take leave and they want to take, or they need to take leave. It isn't about, there is a slack period when we permit people to take leave, which they're entitled to.
Yeah, see, the regular ones are there. Exactly, the complete team goes out. This is complete team. Some days there won't be 3-4 developers of 7 people. 4 developers will not. That kind of leaves. But individual leaves anytime.
So not to your content, but I've seen companies where they don't
yes, they cannot give it.
Okay, can we move on to the next one, please?
Sorry, all that.
Shut up.
Which one? This poster? Okay, next one. What do you suggest? Developer becoming Scrum Master or product owner becoming Scrum Master as we have resource shortage for a period of 3 months as deadline is nearing?
That's a good question. But whosoever wrote that, I just want one question. Product owner becoming Scrum Master. That is he a product owner or a Scrum Master or both? So he's a, yeah. Okay. See, only one problem in that is if a product owner becomes a Scrum Master, during that period of 3 months or whatever number, he should be a Scrum Master, not a product. Correct. If he is going to be a product owner come Scrum Master, it is difficult. Sorry. The reason is, as a product owner, you need to push. As a Scrum Master, you need to come. One person cannot do this.
I would look at the team and perhaps look at a rotation so that everyone within the team, assuming they're not a really immature team, take a sprint as Scrum Master, because they'll see it all from a different perspective and you'll actually get some great benefit from that, rather than drafting the product owner into that role.
Okay. And developer becoming a Scrum Master is good, but that developer should understand that his development time will reduce. Okay, so you need to balance it. Okay. Reduce to 0. Some partial Scrum Masters are like 40, 60.
But I would say that developer becoming a Scrum Master should come out of the developer mindset, right?
Yes.
And become a Scrum Master himself, because he has to be in terms of coaching team and protecting team. Most of the time, there's a team that's doing estimates, doing their planning, and the developer says in their guts feeling, yeah, I think I can do it, right? And even if he's a Scrum Master of the team, he should be doing something else rather than allowing the team to pull that story to their strength, right? So it's a mindset change again. Another question. Product owner joining daily Scrum, what are the pros and cons?
It's absolutely allowed. You, yes. He need to be like a just a spectator.
But let me ask, what's the value he gets from a mute spectator? What's the value does he get by being a mute spectator?
Can I know the value he's getting, but what he's contributing?
Okay, what he is contributing, let me come to that part, which will be the pros. Suppose you might be discussing some questions, you might need to talk to PO immediately. You don't need to wait till the Scrum completes. You can take immediately right there. You can give the just, you can schedule a meeting immediately. Otherwise, say for example, in a distributed way, PO is in USA, you are in India. You have to wait for his time zone. Okay, that's the delay. That's the impact. Okay, he need to speak when there is a question directed to him, not others. If the PO is clear on that, he can always join. Else, it's a big no. Because PO standing there as a supervisor will demotivate.
Yeah, and that's where marketing comes in, okay? Somebody spoke about marketing, the team member posting himself in meetings. That's where marketing comes in, right? And then team loses their interest, the culture goes for a toss. You see your customer and then you want to talk to them frequently, even though you did 1 hour work, you say you did a lot of things, right? You boost yourself as a better person in front of them. That's the cons, by the way. Anything else anybody wants to add? Okay, next one. Story points are not reflections of estimate in time. How do we release plan them? Okay, story points are not reflections of time estimates. How do we release plan them? How do we release planning them?
Still do release planning based on story points, not on apps. What we would commit to is by the end of this month or by the end of this quarter, we'll be able to release 30 story points based on our capacity, based on our current work. So instead of saying we have 10 hours of work that gets completed every day as a team, what we say is as a team, sprint on sprint, we materialize 10 story points or we materialize 20 story points. That would be if we have a backlog of 60 story points, we would need 30 points.
Yeah, I think someone he got covered in the release. Yeah. You covered it beautifully. Has he got? Yeah. You know, you look at the 6 months previous. You look at what your best result was, your worst result, and the median, and so then you take the average, and then that becomes your prediction going forward for your release planning. It's an estimate like anything else, but it's it should be quite accurate, especially for a quite a mature team.
Guys, it is again even time estimate. We never achieved it. We never achieved it. So where it's just an estimate, a starting point, not a heading. So whether it's a story point or a time, doesn't matter. How much we can deliver, just we need to commit that.
Right, convincing answer, everybody?
Yeah, yes. On top of that, so you must have to go to that.
Velocity also like for each team there will be a velocity of their own. Then you see this
So you can use that tool wouldn't allow it, but if you had a tool that allowed different velocities for different teams, you could do it. Otherwise, you've got to have some sort of stats junkie who can kind of relate that team's point is 1.5 of the other team's point. So I think in Project Lakenon we have carrots and aubergines, and I'm not sure what else to relate to. It becomes a bit of a mess, but it is possible.
Can add. So normally we use 2 of this 5 that will go for a normalization for it, or you go for a statistic aggregation where a particular domain or a vertical you said that having multiple teams that this particular deal will strain and deliver this velocity, combining both which might be plus minus, and then help plan.
The purpose, that's why a lot of teams don't use the word story points, so that they can relate it to a team. So they use jelly beans or they use carrots.
I'll add to that. So we have a similar setup. So what we do is we focus on feature output. So what the team is delivering as features. So what we focus on what the delivery is in terms of features, how the teams organize velocities up to the team, and then that's progress is monitored on that. So the story point don't need to come into play.
Okay, next one. For any project, a service provider has to provide estimate in terms of hours and dollars. How can this be achieved in Agile projects using relative estimations?
Some we use t-shirt sizing, and we say t-shirt sizing we normally keep it in a range. When we commit to the customer, say, because this is only for if you need an hour, otherwise it is not at all for any. We say, okay, XS is 1 to 10, 1 to 10. L is some 100 to 200. We keep it some numbers which is agreeable to us, which is communicated to the client also. That we communicate. So when I say I can deliver this much of story points or t-shirt sizing, that these are L, this is XS, this is M. We give a legend saying that this is what the range is, and we always keep it in the highest. That's how we plan it. Again, it's a ballpark, and we put a class that this is just a ballpark which is having a range of 42 plus or minus 40 deviation.
Another question, similar, how to manage fixed price. Okay, similar question.
Okay, just to add to what the first statement. So what we need to go back and think is that we are collaborating with the customer by becoming a partner, not only signing. Because that is required. It's a legal requirement, but not a technical requirement. There's nothing that can technically bind a product. It can legally, but technically, when all that we need to be in our hands is that we are collaborating. And if that is the mindset that we go in with, there will be a legal department of our of our client and a legal department of our company who will talk to each other in real time, and we'll be open to talk to each other.
That's okay. So what happens majority of the time is we have clients, so many vendors. So clients also one of the cases for selection of this particular vendor is doesn't matter completely what dollar value is something. One of the biggest products of decision. Those kind of cases, how we do it.
One of the factors, right?
Not one of the major factors.
Yes. But what also matters is how you pitch, how you make this.
Because if we tell you we cannot say that I'm going to show you this now. We're just going to say that I'm the best. So one of the differentiators becomes the cost.
But perhaps what I've seen is maybe you get the business originally on cost, but then you grow that trust with the company and you start showing the value added, and then you can gradually get more away from contract and get to collaboration. But it's a journey between both parties.
Both has to mature.
Yeah, you have to start, and it's a gradual process to where you both know you need to be there, but you've got to build that trust between the two parties together. I think it'd be naive to think you would go in with a new client and just say, yeah, we're just going to bill you on ours.
So I think I'm going to say that in response to the next question, which is how do you manage a fixed price agile project, which is exactly your question. And there is no such thing as a fixed price agile project. So the whole point of doing agile is to be able to deal with evolution and emergence. And at a fixed price, at least from a commercial term, it really says is that for this bit of work, you will do it in a certain dollar value. So often what we see, projects move away from being agile projects to being aggressive development projects. You're developing and delivering in 2 weeks periods, but the question we need to ask is it really agile? You may be following a lot of the things that define agile, but often it's just iterative development. You're doing it in 2 week periods, giving it to them, If there's a change, you raise that as a CR. So is that really agile? Is something. Yeah, and there's value in doing iterative development. I honestly believe overdoing waterfall, but there's more value in moving to a more collaborative, trusting relationship, and that's where a lot of agile.
So one point there is many organizations I have seen is they enter into fixed price contracts, with an open-ended requirements this thing. So that I think, what you said is right, but on the other side, entering into a fixed price contract where requirements are not, to any extent frozen, is not a recommended thing to do.
It's not a recommended thing.
So otherwise it becomes fragile. Fixed price agile becomes fragile.
And I love what's put up on there. It says that walking on water and as well as doing all these things they will work if both are frozen, if requirements and water is frozen. Otherwise, it's really hard.
Okay, how many? What we doing? Okay, go one more. Will enforcing few processes help apart from empowering the team? I don't know who wrote that, but they may have got the wrong kind of impression from the slide. Because what I said was interactions and individuals and interactions are more important than tools and processes. Not that you don't need a process. I'm saying focus on the right thing first. Focus on the people and the interactions, and then build the process from. So that's your foundation, right? And then the process will help and add to that, but you build that gradually, rather than what I would say 95% of organizations I've worked with do, which is build the process first and then try and fit the individuals and interactions underneath. And of course, you can't build the foundations once well, at least it's very difficult to build foundations once you've built the pyramid. Does that answer the question?
And you did it in last time with steel.
Yeah, exactly. Really,
exactly.
Another one, if the team is not mature enough and not able to correlate between story point and hours, how can they fix stories for a time-boxed iteration? They can't, right? No. It's possible.
That was the one I did.
Okay, if the team is not mature enough, will enforcing few processes?
That probably would apply for a team who is just starting. Right? If you're on your first sprint, what would you do? It's pretty much asking how long will it take for me to travel from here to the airport if I leave now, right? I would never know the exact time until I start my car and start in that direction, right? So what's important is that I get started with probably a very rough idea. Say, let's target 10 story points, let's target 50 story points, we'll see how we do, and we will improve over iterations. So what's important is if it's your first sprint, if that is what the question really was intended for, if it's your first sprint, just get started. Have a random number, pick up something that that all the team agrees on based on their gut, and say this is the story point that we want to achieve. Start and iterate over.
I would just like to add to that, it's about education really. I spend a lot of time banging my head against brick walls with stakeholders who say, they're expecting the kind of velocity to be accurate straight away. And I have to educate them that it doesn't work like that, right? A new team will maybe deliver 4 points, then 10, then 20, and it's not until kind of 6 months in maybe, or less or more depending on the team, that you'll get that kind of stable velocity. That's why we talked earlier about taking the good, the bad, and the individual when you're trying to do your average to try and iron that out.
Would you agree that it wouldn't take more than 6 months to get 6 months to get a
6
fair
months,
idea of what it is?
Maybe less, but yeah.
4 to 5 continuous. I think that
depends on your sprint map as well. Well, of course.
Yeah, I'm saying 3 weeks at an average. If you do five sprints back to back would give you a
Yeah. Okay, guys, last question. I don't know where I kept it. Okay, at organization level scaling of Scrum, what do you do? Save, Scrum of Scrum, less, Agile, CMMI? Nice question.
Lots of acronyms.
Try it out.
So the point I made from that, I haven't tried all of those, so I can't answer it fully. But I'm a bit of a purist, so I like the Scrum of Scrums. But I think the thing that why Scrums doesn't work for a lot of organizations is they've got the wrong people in the Scrum of Scrums. It should be a representative from each of the Scrums, not the product owner or the Scrum Master, or even worse, like a project manager that you see. I've seen in the organization where I'm working with at the minute, they have a Scrum of Scrums of project managers, and I'm like scratching my head thinking, you haven't got anyone who's doing the work in this meeting. What do you guys talk about for half an hour? I refuse to go on principle, right? So it's about getting the right people in the Scrum of Scrums. I don't know if you've worked with any of the others.
A different perspective is Hinduism better than Christianity if you want enlightenment, right? I mean, so these are all ways for you to become agile. If you stick to the scripture of any one of these, you have to make it work to your context, right? So these are, if you're beginning, it doesn't matter. Pick anyone, start on the journey, and adapt through the journey. I've seen organizations that treat these like literal scriptures. It says you must do this. Okay, paint by numbers. Join dot one into
And again, theme for me today, concentrate on the individuals again. The process really will form itself if you concentrate on
if you have the right individuals.
Yeah. They'll come to the right decision.
All right, open house done. Any other We move on to why Scrum Bangalore is rewarding.
Okay. I'm back. Okay, as I told during the start, if you attend this meetup, you get 8 SU points. Okay, I will send the detailed information, what is steps, which link you need to click in emails that are registered in the registration counter. If anybody did not enter your data, please enter it. Otherwise, you may lose this 8 SU points. Okay. So moving forward for CSP, there will be once you log into Scrum Alliance, there will be a link called Manage Your SEU and for CSP applications. Go there, you will see all your SEU points if you had accumulated LP. Select the category A as the number. You get to a form where you need to fill in a couple of details, which I will be sending you. Okay, maybe in a couple of days. Okay, just submit the button. That's done. Okay. Typical data is event name, start date, end date, organization, city, host, email, and number of hours.
Yeah, remember the host is Albert.
That's it for.
What can I use the points for, Albert?
When you apply for CSP, when you apply for CSP, this is important. I think 70 SCU points when you apply newly, or 45 SCU points when you renew it. And category A is the biggest of that lot. Okay, which is attending user conferences, regional gathering, events like Scrum certified events, Scrum Alliance certified events, or covering major number. Okay. After that, there is B, C, D, other stuff, which is unique. It has its own list. Okay. This helps when you go for CSP at this point. Okay. That's one. And we promised another one, which is Twitter contest.
Yes.
Rahul, will you come forward and give some gifts?
Yeah.
Alright, so you don't know Rahul, he sponsored this meetup. You're here for Scrum Bangalore.
So today I selected using the model best unit of the team. Okay, this is best. I did not go with numbers. Okay, but I went for which catch more attention.
Complimented you the most.
No.
That's what I went for.
Okay, the first tweet is Manish Agarwal, who coined a new term. He brought relativity theory to Scrum. E equals MC square. And if E is estimate, SP estimate are relative, can you imagine what are M and C in MC square? Okay. So I just gave a small yes. M is
Kumar, where is he? Manish Kumar, come forward, collect your gift.
By the way, I answered your question. Answered your reply also. So it was like you were saying M should be mass.
Mass I created, then I made it as.
That was right. But like what I explained for it is like M is mass of backlog, and C is like velocity of the team, and the square should like this is my thinking. I'm just saying. So square should be like need, which should indicate the need of improvement in the velocity. So team should become self-organized.
Okay. Tweet is a good one. Thought of the day. Team members should surrender me for the week.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, do we want to clap or not?
There is a special mention to one person who formulated this formula. A good team member equals its identity less than team's identity. I would like to congratulate Thank you. And that's Twitter contest.
Yeah, whoever tweets that doesn't get anything.
No, actually, Manish got that. He used that, and even Malika tweet is relatively.
I tweeted it with Abhijit's name.
Yeah.
Okay, we move on to the lucky draw. After some time seeing more wrong answers, I figured the quiz was relatively tough. But still, we have a lot of people who made it out with the right answers. Again, Albert, you hold it, and Rahul pick the lucky ones by shaking it up. I'll give you the gift.
How many people did it buy?
We got 8 gifts. Oh, wow. So we picked 8.
I don't think I think just click on the words.
Madhu and K. They are the rock star.
Yeah.
Muhammad Hadi.
Right, seems like he wasn't very lucky after all.
Yeah.
Can I take on behalf of him?
No. If you're not here. Hey. We should have copied Julie.
You have to be lucky also.
John Barrett.
I think individuals and interactions.
Ranjan A.M.
Test about 20 times.
Okay.
Most of the questions are really tricky.
Not really one for I did the CSM just because mine takes seconds of it.
Same thing.
I didn't really learn it.
Actually, there's two Prashant in here, isn't there?
This is the one that ends with 474. I don't know. Just a random number.
Lucky.
Real number was 476. The wager options.
I think Naveen Austin.
The last Brijesh P.
All right, Rajesh, left for today. If we don't have enough, then we got things where four answers were right. Those people got 4 answers right. So I'll take anyone from here.
Kiran Chitori.
All right.
Now you know something.
Yes, I was just talking to my friend.
Okay, guys, and a small token of appreciation for our speakers. We'll go by the order of the agenda. Accelerating scale Agile using Scrum Bangalore. Avinash, come forward, please. Estimation and prioritization for beginners, Deepak. Well, you should actually get 2.
Going by the agenda, I come twice.
And then scaling Scrum, it's the people, not the place. Vimal Stan had to leave for release planning, a communication tool, but I'll deliver it to him myself. Trust me, I'll do it. Am I Agile? And into the question, Albert. Okay, distributed Agile development in Indian IT service industry. At least. Deepak, I don't see your topic repeating in the agenda.
We can check the video.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. We're all done with the gifts, and it's the part of the day where we move to the retrospectives and see how we did today, right?
Yeah. No long day. I think we need the cocktail tonight, do you think?
Yeah, it's the 12th meetup. Right, but I got the 11th meetup retro with me. Right, so if you look at what went good last time, the organizing, engaging games, food, and all of the new topics and the live streaming was very good. And what improvements that were suggested by the Scrum Bangalore attendees were the Q&A time is less. How do you think about it this time? The Q&A time is still less or moderately okay?
Okay.
It's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
We could extend it further as long as you guys want to stick with us till 7 o'clock. Okay, no, so we keep the time of Q&A, fine, all right. Case studies, did you guys think there were enough case studies presented by the speakers today, or it was all theory? I gotta be open, we spoke about transparency, honesty, and all that. Theory. It is theory.
More case studies.
More case studies you would still do? Okay. So is it that 50% of the presentations had some case study behind it, or 40% had some case study behind it? There were
Stories
generic
that you
examples.
know, case studies.
Okay. Then if we have to really do a case study, then that's got to include some confidential data and disclosure agreements. People will come and present. Here's my experience about transformation in a billion-dollar company. And you'll probably be wondering what the billion-dollar company is. Right? So we get the point. More case studies with maybe anonymized data. Right? Maybe next time. And clickers for presentations. So speaker said they need clickers for presentations. We got this time, so that's covered. Projectors, about. No. We're vacating this building in some time, alright? So that will be done next Friday. Next Scrum Bangalore. Time box, how did we do about time this time? Was good? Most of the time was good, yeah, right. And start at 10 a.m., so we started at 10 a.m. Last time we made a decision that people feel lazy during Saturdays, so we started at 10:30. Some people said, okay, you have to give us more time for interaction, so we started at 10 a.m. again, right? And complex structure. This is some things that people wanted to hear about in the next meetup. Again, contributing to an open community matters a lot. If you want to hear about something, do our best to get in touch with speakers and then market it to get more speakers in line, but we can't always guarantee that we can cover all those topics discussed in there. But one thing that was coming up repeated all the time was people always have these questions about estimations and prioritizations and then story points, right? So Deepak volunteered for it. So I think that part is covered. And then, so Agile estimations is covered. So we abandoned the Twitter contest last time because Albert was getting repeatedly the same gifts, right? And the same person getting the gifts, right? So this time we made the judge, we made him the judge, and then brought the contest back. And another thing people were asking about is how to use Agile in real life, or how to use Agile in real life. So I think Albert touched on that a bit in his presentation, Am I Agile? So I think I would also consider it done if you guys agree. Right?
Yes.
Sure. Now we'll retrospect what happened today. So again, we'll write down good points, bad points, and what do you want to see in the next meetup? So let's go. Everything was fine. Nice. So I'll say much love. Yeah. All right.
It's very slow.
And then what? What else? Food. All right, food definitely comes up every time, makes us happy. So food, games.
I like the presentation topics. Yeah.
Speakers are good. I hear the voice. Who's talking? Speakers are good. Jacob, what did you say?
Oh, on the same lines, I like the presentation. The speakers are good.
Can I say the content?
Yeah.
I felt welcomed as a kind of outsider, but I didn't feel uncomfortable. I think that's a real positive.
Sure.
More interactive.
All right, hospitality. Open house is good. You guys think?
Yeah.
Engaging.
Right. Okay.
I mean, my interaction with Terminal was he was addressing many queries.
I'll say interactions.
I really enjoyed the what I was calling the closed space, kind of the lunchtime corridor discussion.
Sure.
I got quite a lot out of that.
Networking. Okay, so I'll put a slash here and then say NW. Before I embarrass myself, I'm going to go to improvement. So what can we improve on?
How do we do retros for the different ways of doing retros for the team?
Okay, so I'm going to write in the next meetup retrospectives. Let's say ways. Right? Anything else? Actually, what else? Still haven't covered a lot.
What are the improvement
I checked this, when it was lecture, 4 a.m. to 4 p.m.
What is it? What was it?
When Scrum Alliance events,
In-
4 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Okay, in Scrum Alliance events page. Okay, got it.
4 a.m. to 4 a.m. And
India.
there is no
India
meetup
typo error.
timing.
4:30.
I know. Meetup page was fine.
But there is no link on Scrum Alliance meeting.
Could I generalize it and say be meticulous about typos?
But you didn't stick to your dates on when you were publishing who was speaking.
Sure.
So I had to rush my because I was building mine from scratch. I needed a bit of time.
Okay, his point was, there was a comment in the Meetup website that said by this date, we will notify the speakers, but we actually didn't. We did it after 2 days after that. So that's a problem. We understand that. We'll take care of it. Right? Anything else?
It would have made my science yesterday.
Can you put a link of the Meetup website?
What did you say?
Can you put your Meetup link to the Scrum Alliance? People know where to subscribe.
No. It's allowed. It's allowed.
Okay,
It's allowed. It's a small mistake which I did. I did not give the link. Okay. Sorry. Next time you correct it. Okay.
Did you mean this?
Scrum.com/groups user groups.
Correct. So you mean that this link should be mentioned over there?
Okay. Or I mean, it should be actually vice versa. This should point there. That should point here. Yeah. Okay. Nice point. What else? What else do we want to improve on?
You need the Facebook page. 'Cause
We need the Facebook page for Scrum Bangalore.
Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
rather than pointing me to your company page.
Okay. What else? What other improvements do we want to see?
All these things that we missed.
No. Hey, first let's get a list of social networking sites.
Yes.
You know what? I'm going to erase this.
See that increasing the time, like complete, will reduce the number of users also because
Sometimes you have
Well, as a matter of fact, we do, but it's not about Scrum. Like, we do another event called .NET Bangalore, just to keep the variety and involve, get involvement of more people. We do that in fact, but Scrum, once in a quarter, right?
And let's keep the day events that will give more.
We've tried this before. So we've tried on a weekday, 4-hour meetup, right? Didn't really work out. I think I can attest, didn't really work out.
Meetup on that.
Yeah, did that. What else, guys? What other areas we can improve ourselves on?
Adding examples and case studies.
Nice. Okay, anybody else wants to see any topics, discussions?
I would like to suggest if you have some kind of hands-on review. We'll have a hands-on on release writing.
Hackathon.
If it is just about user story, this we can do. If it involves computers, equipment, alright, user stories, splitting user stories, that kind of stuff.
There should be some kind of hands-on.
What about what Deepak did about estimations today, March? Something similar to that?
Okay.
It's 10%. Sure. It's
Okay, so we're gonna pick some story that we use real time.
Right. Probably kind of a story which you would like to make, right? Make this building better. Right. So somebody will go and find
So
out.
we are to make it how we got for the right user stories.
Right, like hands-on. Something which is
Hands-on on user stories estimation and priority.
Games are good. Gives you an idea about how it happens, but then this is how things are done. What exactly is done.
When it comes next time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna take more time, but we'll see what we can do about it. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. One other thing is usually even in the Scrum framework, we all talk about roles of Scrum Master, Product Owner, all that. So now, Agile coach is becoming very important in the industry. So what is required role of an Agile coach, and what kind of
We
qualities?
have somebody who's interested to talk about it, so that's something I can guarantee. Role of an Agile coach?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Actually, it's more complicated than that. Role of an Agile coach in what?
Any role and qualities. I mean, basically, yeah. What qualities should an Agile coach have more than the role?
Okay, guys, one last point I'll take.
Yeah. 20.
Two last.
Something on TDD and VDD, if anyone has used it, not such a concept.
We can do it. In fact, I can do it, but it's going to be theoretical because if you have to do a hands-on again, it involves a lot of
Even has used it on it.
Sure, yes, we can do it. What's it, Jacob?
Yeah, 20 mistakes that companies make in the name of Agile. So that we are aware of it and we don't let it happen in our organization.
Like we got JP.
Sure, I'll generalize it as anti-patterns.
So like what we did for estimation at very high level, right? A bit on agile transformation on how to start with agile. We have covered it in the
I had an improvement as well. Even though you mentioned the coffee machine in the morning, people were still using it in the afternoon.
Yeah, we forgot to switch it.
Yeah, and people used it. It's quite often. Yeah. That's good.
No, I really have to keep the time box. Okay, what's coming up next is a little thanks slide. So thank you, all the speakers. I don't want to read the names, but it's right there in the chat. And I will read the names of the organizers one by one. You can clap at the end because it gets a little clumsy when you do one by one. So Shanti, Amarnath, and Archana takes care of the finance and other activities related to facilities. Shanti is right there. Could you stand up, Shanti? We saw Akhilesh in the morning, and then Sai is still doing the video recording. Jay didn't do the live streaming yet. Amrita Nair from our recruitment department, they took care of the registration desk. Actually, no, that's right. I got my name twice. Okay, so Rahul for approving the finance, and then Anand Gote. Anand Gote is one of the organizers with me. We organize almost pretty much all of the events of awareness, at least at this point in time. So thanks to myself and Anand. And every time we Okay, Balaji is our meetup member. I don't know if it's by incident or accident he came early today, but he was helping us out with the registration drive. It so happens the group turns up very early, and then they try to help us with some logistics stuff. He's not there. He had to leave. He was also one of the guys who won the lucky draw, but I'll make sure I'll deliver something to him. And a round of applause for him. Who else do you think are the participants of this meetup? Right? We saw organizers, speakers, people that volunteered. What else?
Everyone.
You guys okay? Okay, we ended with some music and Shanti snacks already.
Can I just say that last point's really important, because I've been to many Scrum events all over the world, and the questions and interactions here is some of the best I've seen. So you really need to add that to the good, I guess.
We have to do that. Right. Hey, how about we listen to a song? We have a songbird in this group right here, sitting there. Right, Saif, come on. Okay, let me set a karaoke music for him, and he's going to sing a Hindi song for us. And after that, we will end the event in Proverna style, I would say. Right.
Last time you had promised that you were going to do this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Last time you promised
Okay, you really wanted both of them to join.
Yeah,
do it. Let them join for do it.
Okay, give me 2 minutes while I take the mic. Next, let's see.
It's over there. But. Thank you so much. Hey, give me those things also. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
I've drunk a lot of water today.
Do you find it hot?
Yeah, not really hot. Just I got a bit of sunstroke because I need to wear the hat normally in the summer. Obviously, couldn't. So. You need to drink a lot when you burn it.
Hello. Yeah, Rico makes some novice singer look like a professional. It does that.
I prepared a romantic song for you. Actually, I didn't get time to prepare the song because I didn't have time to speak. You do. I just picked up any song which I had prepared in the past. So, just for you.
Okay.
कैसे बताए कि तुझको चाहे यारा बताना पड़े बातें दिलों की देखो छुपाई आके तुझे समझाए तू जाने ना तू जाने ना तू जाने कैसे बताए कि तुझको चाहे यारा बताना पड़े बातें दिलों की देखो जुबानी अभी तुझे समझाए तू जानेगा तू जानेगा तू जानेगा
I'll send
Thank you very much, Said. We have some samosas and soft drinks, beers lined up in our refrigerator. So until next time, thank you very much for coming. See you everybody next time. Can we do something different? We often try this, try to do new things every time we complete a stand-up. In fact, every time we meet with some distributed teams, we do this. We call it a wave. Can we do that? Anybody's familiar with the wave? Right? Okay, let's do a wave, right? Okay, first, how many of us are ready to do a wave? People are busy eating.
You just need to hands free for a minute.
Right?
I'm on the other side. We show them once.
Okay, fine. Okay, so we do first we do it, and then you do it, and then we do it, you do it, then we do it together. Right? Okay. So let's start. Can we do it together now? Yeah. All right. Okay, guys, thank you very much.
As my grandmother always said, son's better than mum.
Okay. Why don't you try probably using that mobile when you reach your...
Because I haven't got the data.
Yeah, I know. When you reach one.
We need it when we're and I'm out. When I'm not,
Yeah,
man.
I know. But at least when you're at hotel, you can do that. Right? As well.